Just wanted to see if you had something to say before I did. You were- Okay, cool. Good morning, B-Sides Las Vegas! Welcome to 2026, everybody. We are still expanded across 3 days, but now we're all in one venue. So no more Platinum and Foreign Legion Desert Death March over to the hotel next door pour encourager les autres. Instead, you get to hang out here with all your buds. So we made a few other notable changes this year as well, but before we get to that, our esteemed board of directors would like to remind you about the BsidesLV Code of Conduct and Photo Policy. So please put your hands together for Ian.
Thanks, Damon. Thank you. Former board member as of this year. Woo! 10 years on the board is probably 5 years more than I planned for, but super happy to be back here with no shirt, but still, with the family and everyone. Just a quick reminder, again, this is the most useless session that you'll have this week because everything's in the manual, right? So this is just a friendly reminder to everyone what we're all about and how to conduct ourselves here. So first things first, photo policy. Let's start with don't have photos, all right? Now, if you do have to, you have to obtain physical permission, a positive permission from anyone who appears in your photos. Positive permission means verbal yes, not a, hey, is it okay, and silence, not a or a grunt. It's a positive affirmation, yes, you're okay to take my photo. And once you do that, doesn't mean that you can publish it. If you want to publish it on social, on whatever it is, ask for permission, all right? We don't want to get people kicked out just because they start taking photos here. That is not what we want to do. We want to be friendly and have everyone around here, okay? That's about photos. Smart glasses are obviously out, all right? Don't wear it, don't use it. Again, we don't want to police everyone and, oh, is this smart, is this not? It's actually turned off. Just don't, all right? We're indoors. There's no point of using those things here in B-Sides. Outside, in Vegas, on the strip, do whatever you want. Let's keep it friendly and family oriented here. Code of conduct itself, all right? It boils down to a very, very simple term. Don't be an ass. And enforcement is also very simple. This is not a democracy. This is not a trial jury. We decide. We're the final abdicator of what goes and what doesn't. So please, if you don't know me, you probably don't want to know me, or the rest of the board and the staff, just don't be an ass. And you'll be totally fine, and you're going to have a blast for the next 3 days. All right, the rest of it is, again, RTFM, go to the website, read the code of conduct, and you'll be just fine. We're here to help, myself included, even though I'm not wearing a staff shirt. Speaking of staff shirts, if you have a problem, if it's related to safety operations, if you feel unsafe, if you see something that doesn't really vibe, all of the people in the blue shirts are safety ops. They're super friendly, they're absolutely awesome, and they're led by one of the brilliant people I know here. If you have an issue, just grab one of them, ask for help. Very simple. Same thing with purple shirts. That's the staff. Purple shirts, yeah, there we go. And last but not least, of course, orange shirts. Volunteers, they're all here to help you. If you see something, if you need help with anything, just pop in. We're all around here, more than willing to help, okay? That's really how we operate here. And again, I've done B-Sides since B-Sides 1.5, 2, when we didn't have a hotel. We had like a rented house somewhere in the middle of the desert. And I'm very proud to say that it's been going on pretty well since then. The code of conduct has been written then and still holds strong. So let's keep it that way, and let's make sure that everyone has fun. And now, to cover, again, some of the material that is already published out there, but just kind of quick reminder of what we have slated up for you for the rest of the 3 days. Damon, let's cover some of the contents.
All right, this is all the new fun and games. So, as we mentioned, we're not doing the Platinum this year. Trainings are no longer over in the Platinum. They're now located on the ground floor hotel rooms across the pool in Building H, okay? It should be a shorter and slightly cooler walk, but please, if you're going outside at any time of day, remember to hydrate, okay? It was 104 degrees in the dark last night while we were doing, after hours parties. So don't assume just because it's dark you can skip the water, okay? We love you all. We want to, have you here for the whole show. Let's not get all those nice fellows in safety ops and smart too much to do. Sky Talks is also here at the Tuscany this year. We now have twice the capacity that we had before, and absolutely zero outside air exposure required. So token drops are in the hall, right on the other side of that wall over there. And the track itself is in the Tuscany room, which is down the hall as you go around the corner. We also have a new track this year. It's Unprompted, which some of you may be familiar with from their standalone conference in San Francisco this year. In order to leave room and breaking ground for other important topics, this track brings a number of talks together that are focused on AI in particular, as opposed to talks on subjects that happen to use AI, like our ground truth, security data science track. In addition, we're action-packed beyond the talks. Over here, on the other side of that wall, in middle ground, we have the silent auction and the raffle. We have the Pros versus Joe's CTF, which is one of the coolest things that we do around here. Puts industry professionals together with folks who are new or coming from a systems background, and they all work together on this game. We have our lockpicking village, and it's all going on out in that room pretty much all day long, so check it out. I am sorry to relate, though, that there will be no BSides Crypto Challenge this year. Tess Schrodinger, our challenge designer, isn't able to make it this year, and we're all sending her lots of love and gratitude. She puts on such an amazing challenge. Can we give her a round of applause? We are hoping that we'll see her again soon. We also have mental health and wellness sessions that are available with Dr. Sarah Rabinovich. This is a return from previous years, but it's something we haven't advertised heavily before, so I just want to make sure, give it a plug. You can learn about applied stress recovery techniques in one of our scheduled sessions every day, or you can pick up a Calm kit by the stage in middle ground. We also have another new partner for Higher Ground this year. That's Code Red, which you may also be familiar with from their work at BSides San Francisco. So stop by Higher Ground, which is down at the far end of the common area here on the right. And they're doing resume reviews and coaching sessions and 30-minute working sessions all through the day, several times throughout. We also have a booth set up out there with Cognitive Security Institute. There are demos, interactive sessions, and lots of folks to talk to about new developments in the human layer of cybersecurity. And I think Ian's going to tell you about some of the other stuff we got.
Yeah. So that was all new for this year or the last couple of years. A quick reminder on the regular schedule. All right, so Monday and Tuesday, we've got the usual... Sorry. Where am I?
Switch right there.
There we go, yeah. Happy hours, 4 p.m., Monday, Tuesday. Be there, get a drink, socialize, have fun. Monday night, we've got game night at 8 p.m. We've got Recovery Hackers, super fun, check it out. And we've got QueerCon meets DC Furs at 10 p.m. If you have not been to a party like that, go check it out. It is super awesome. One of my favorite people in the world are going to be there. They're amazing. Tuesday night, we've got Security BSides Organizers Meetup at 7 p.m. BSides started here, but it became a global phenomenon, which is absolutely amazing. They're BSides. Jack usually does this skit there's like 1,000 events so far in over 100 countries around the world. It's absolutely insane, and a lot of organizers are coming here to meet. If you're thinking about opening a B-Sides where you are at, because there isn't any, come join. You don't have to be an organizer to join the organizers. I mean, you want to, but that's a great way to kind of socialize and hear how other B-Sides are running in other areas of the country and around the world. So that's highly recommended. Recovery Hackers as well on Tuesday night. Hacker karaoke, 10 p.m. by the pool. It's fun, and people get singing. And I might even be there with this voice, so just a fair warning. And we've got a pub quiz, 9 p.m. in the Copa. And of course, last but not least, Wednesday night, the pool party, 9 p.m. until we shut down. Super fun, probably the best party in town, even with all the sponsors running like insane shenanigans all over the city. This is still my favorite party to be at. And with that, I think we're almost down to final thanks for everyone.
Just time to get the clapping hands ready. So there's a lot of work that goes into this event, and I want to hear everybody out there who, I do believe in B-Sides. I do. Every time you clap, a volunteer gets their wings. So first off, thank you to our supporters and our donors. Thank you to our speakers. Thank you to our partners. I Am the Cavalry, Code Red, QueerCon, PasswordsCon, SkyTalks, and Unprompted. We couldn't do this without you. Thank you to all the Volts, all those orange shirts out there. Thank you to the Tuscany event coordinators and staff. They have been the most amazing partner for us over the last decade. I couldn't ask for better. And then thank you to the staff, all these purple shirts out here who work all year round to make this happen. And most importantly of all, thank you to you, every last one of you.
Thank you, guys. Without you, this wouldn't be what it is. Most important, you guys are the most important part here. Sorry, I'm getting. We're doing something great here. We're changing the world, literally. There are B-Sides around the world, and it all started here, and it continues here. And this is probably the one conference that did not change its skin throughout the years. If you look at other conferences, they all commercialized, they all became very marketing oriented. We can still hang out here, actually learn, actually socialize without being tried to be sold to. So thank you all for coming, and thanks for keeping B-Sides strong.
Sorry, I missed that you changed that.
No. All right, get out.
Go away.
Go do good things.
The opening is done. I think so, and I have to go, howdy. Yeah, so Higher Ground is where that is, and you go in there and they have, they might have a calendar schedule out, but you can sign up for a 30-minute coaching session on resume review, all that stuff. Yep, no problem. Pardon us, thank you for talking. Hi, I'm Damon, I'm the program chair. So the next thing I want to do there
Good morning, and welcome to BSides Las Vegas. This first talk this morning will be the keyless backdoor detecting GCP workload identity federation abuse, and this is given by Jay Wu.
Hey, can anyone hear me? Awesome. All right. Hey everyone, my name is Jay. I'm a security infrastructure engineer at Shopify. I'm based out in New York, so I flew in from NYC yesterday to over 110-degree weather. So I knew Vegas was hot, but I didn't expect that level of hot when I flew in. All right, so today I'm going to show you 3 ways an attacker persists in GCP after your organization has deleted all the service account keys, and why your audit logs might not show the exact full picture. So this talk is for anyone interested to learn more about workload identity federation and how to secure it. So let's dive in. So as security professionals, we all know how painful migration is, especially to workload identity. We have, as security engineers, they spend months removing keys from CI, updating Terraform files, and also legacy script, making sure that all the keys are deleted. This probably costs about like hundreds of hours spent. In the end, it is the right call to make machine identities more secure. But the detection story doesn't always follow the same pathway. You trade in credentials that you could have revoked for trusted relationships. But unfortunately, it can also be abused when you migrate over to workload identity. So you will see in this session the 3 attack patterns, the 3 queries, and a cost breakdown. So the plan for our talk is, here's what we're going to cover. We're going to do a quick workload identity crash course, then 3 type of attacks with detection queries for each, then a blind spot that ties them all together, and a cost analysis to fix. And with that, and also prevention as well. So let's dive in. So quick TLDR on workload identity federation. So what it is essentially, you set up a external identity provider that issues a token. It gets you also have a pool, which is the trusted boundary, and a provider that holds the configuration, which issuer. These are commonly like GitHub or Google or any type of identity providers, and attributions, and what are the conditions that you have set for the providers. Then a IAM binding that connects the pool to a dedicated service account. So that's the quick TLDR on workload identity federation. So let's talk about how to secure them. There are 2 controls that are the main components of workload identity. The first one is attribution condition on the provider's filter, in which tokens are accepted. The IAM binding controls who can impersonate the service account. So if, let's say, one of them is improperly configured, you will have a backdoor, which is not great. But if you have 2 of those controls improperly configured, then that is a nightmare for a security engineer trying to track down what happened and figure out how to fix it. So let's dive into how we can make things more secure. But first, let's break some things. So first pattern, the first type of attack pattern we'll be discussing is the open pool. So meet Ace. So he is a unpredictable coyote. He will always find ways into the pool. So in this case, when it comes to security workload identity pools, 2 things to keep in mind for that. First, a provider with no attribution condition. Without it, any token will work. The second is an overbroad IAM binding using a principal set wildcard. So if you combine with both, any token from an identity provider can impersonate your service account. That's not great to hear. So, like I said, if there's no attribution condition, a wildcard in the principal set, these are the 2 commands that can federate any Google identity to this server's account. So who's going to catch Ace here? So meet Talon. He is our defender. So he's always watching to see what lurks around our organization. Talon watches the log for any suspicious activity, the missing attribute condition, the wildcard principal set are both visible in the GCP admin activity logs, and these are completely for free. So if there's any suspicious activity, you have the logs to help you out when it comes to that. So let's talk about detections. There are two parts, as we've seen earlier. You can catch providers without the attribute condition, and you can also catch for broad principal set bindings as well. So like I said, both of them are through admin activity, and those are free. So you can set up detections using those fields in your same system of your choosing, but just make sure that you look out for those particular fields inside the logs. Pattern number 2, we're going to talk about provider updates. So in this one, what we're looking for is if there is an update to the provider that is already existing in workload identity, it's just one call, but like once you do run those commands, you don't see anything visually, at least in the GCP. The pool, nothing changes in the pool. It looks the same. The provider's name is the same. The only thing that changes is the CEL expression. So all it comes to say is that it just takes one command, and you can update the existing configurations, and you might not know what's going on in your organization. So one command, like I said, no change to the provider name, is just a change to the CEL expression that you can I guess add a new condition to allow for a hacker to get in. So if you don't monitor your logs, you won't know if something is going on. So let's see what does the log tell us in this scenario. There is a workload identity pool provider event. So it also shows the attribute conditions here as well. So all the information that you want, it's in the request body. So there is a way to get better visibility. So with that, let's dive deeper into this. So when it comes to the detection side, there are a few ways that you can run a query like such when going through logging to kind of see if there is any controls like such being set. And also saying as before, whichever same system you use, try to filter for those particular fields to see if there is anything suspicious. Now, this is the main one I'm super excited to talk about, the trust anchor. This one is particularly scary. It is rare, but it's not impossible to achieve. This time, the hacker can become an identity provider. So generate a CA, register it as a trust anchor. Now, it can sign any client cert, exchange it for GCP tokens. There's no OIDC workflow, no external identity providers to revoke. I didn't find this. I found this through a PR opened by Datadog's Red Team that opened up early this year, where it shows that this is definitely possible to achieve. It is rare, but it's not impossible. So let's see what this will look like. So the tricky part is in the logs, you can't really find much in GCP. So I tried to run this in my own GCP project. I couldn't find any logs for it, which I will show you how that looks in a bit. This one is a bit tricky when it comes to detections because you can't query for trust anchors directly. But those providers, in this case, the X509 providers have a unique fingerprint that you can also look out for. Their attribute mappings uses assertion subject like you see on the screen. So there is a unique way if you filter for the right logs. It could be a good signal if your org don't use X509 workload identity federation. So that could be one way to capture it. It's just that there is no actual log that can help you detect for those type of changes. So with that, I'm going to show you how this will look in a demo project I have set up. Wait. Okay. Let me know if this is too small. All right. So in this setup, I have a dedicated GCP project, and what the demo will show is the 3 attack patterns that I just went through. So starting off with pattern number 1 when it comes to the open pool. And this is the cute little coyote I tried to generate using terminal. So let's see what happens. So it will first create an identity pool without an attribution condition, and also bind the principal set to a wildcard. So if you look for that particular query, you will see logs in GCP. So that just proves that this is totally possible for someone to run in their own GCP project, and you can capture it in GCP logs. And all of that is completely free for you to set up. Now let's dive into pattern number 2, the provider update. So in this update, all I'm changing is the attribution subject to a malicious hacker. So you see that everything went through. Now let's see if there's any detections. So you can, based on, this is the exact query I showed earlier, you can filter for those type of updates as well, but you have to dive deeper into the request body to look for any particular type of conditions. All right, now let's do attack number 3. This is the X509 trust anchor one. So I run this command where I generate a cert and register as the trust anchor. It all went through, and now any cert that's signed by this CA can now have access. And like I said before, the detection side is a bit tricky here, so you might have to filter out the logs a bit more to capture what you want, but also this is quite rare, so some detection is better than nothing. And that is all. Now let's go back to the slide. All right, I'm kind of glad that worked out. Keep cursing, it's a live demo. All right, let's talk about the blind spots here. So given what you saw earlier, all 3 queries are free. You can run those in GCP logging. These are all coming from admin activity logs. These are always on. However, in all those scenarios, you can see how these type of configurations are set up, but you just can't see how it's being used. The logs prove that, like, we can see, like, depending on what kind of logs you have, you can see the actual token exchange, their impersonations, and all that end-to-end flow. So what you have seen before, that's all coming from admin activity logs. So when it comes to service account keys, you saw every single authentication event, but with workload identity federation, that visibility is unfortunately behind a paywall. So here are some things when I was looking at what are some logs available. So the logs that can better support investigations, especially during incident, it's not on by default in GCP, and some of them come with costs. The logs do tell us the identity that got federated, the pool that they use, their service account that they impersonated. With all these logs, you can see the attack end to end. Just gotta remember to enable them. So as mentioned, these 2 logs are not on by default. So a lot of times with investigating incidents, like, well, we can't really investigate end to end if we don't have the logs to kind of help us paint the full picture. So, which means that you need to enable those logs for yourself in GCP. That's all. That's pretty much it. You need the STS data access logs that will give you the token exchange events, and it will also tell you what's federated from which subject, from which IP. And you also need the IAM credential data access logs, which will give you those the generate access token event, which will tell you which service account got impersonated, the full delegation chain that can help you track down what's going on, and all that combined. Once you have those logs in food, once you have all those logs enabled, you will then have the full kill chain. So one thing to keep in mind is that if you plan on enabling these type of logs, just be aware that those logs do contribute to costs. It's not like a lot of cost, but it really depends on the organization. Just something to keep in mind if you want to enable those type of logs. So definitely the size of the organization matters a lot, but also you get a lot of events and a lot of really great details if you have those logs enabled. All right, now let's talk about prevention, because what you saw earlier, those are not great to look at as security engineers, and we want to make sure that we prevent those in the first place, or at least try to stop developers from misconfiguring workload identity federation. So let's see what we can do about it. Oh, did that? Sorry, one moment. Okay. Was I showing this earlier? Okay, cool. All right, so let's talk about prevention. There is a way to stop this by default from happening. You can build a custom org policies. This is like my favorite part about GCP is that you can just create these policies and stop these from happening. Or else someone's gonna find ways to bypass them, which is not great news for my team usually. So there's a way to stop it. You can set it up like such on the screen. The aim for this policy is to deny creations or updates for any workload identity provider without the proper field setup. So this itself will cover the first attack pattern. So in the first attack, we try to see if this particular field attribute condition is properly set up. So if it's empty, or like someone maybe misconfigure it, with this org policy in place, it will deny that by default from being created or updated. And unfortunately for patterns 2 and 3, that is the provider update and the X509 trust anchor, there is no org policy that can help prevent these by default. So the alternative here is to build detections to see if these happen in your organization. Like I said, it is quite rare based on what I have seen like during my research for this talk, but it's not impossible, and it's better to have some sort of detection in place than nothing. Because as security professionals, we should know first about what's going on in your organization before someone else does. So here are the key takeaways for this talk. So what we had just went through is 3 attack patterns to watch out for. And like I said, you can get most of the logs for free. Try, and this is like what I encourage folks to do, is like you can poke around your GCP org to kind of see what's lurking in your environment. You might find something spicy that might be happening in your org. But yeah, just like try those out and see where are some things that you can do to look for misconfigurations and find ways to prevent these from happening, and also educate developers as well on how to properly set up workload identity federation. So for 2, not all the logs are on by default. So we went over STX and also IAM credentials on data access logs. Just keep in mind that it does incur costs. It's not a lot of costs, but given like what it can give us, which is a lot of detail, is something to consider for your organization. And without them, you might miss the actual abuse. But with these logs enabled, you will see the full end-to-end of potential type of suspicious activity in GCP. And 3, deploy a custom or constraint, or find ways that you can either prevent or find out if something suspicious is going on in GCP. So we went over a org policy that you can put in place that will stop those type of misconfigurations early on. And also, what are some detections that you can create in your own, the theme of your choosing, and get those detections set up so it will monitor for any type of anomalies in your organization. And with that, the QR code is for slides. Don't worry, I'm not gonna try to hack you, but the QR code is for slides. And you can stay connected with me on LinkedIn, and that is all. Thank you.
Any questions?
So you mentioned a little bit ago that sometimes you can have policies to make sure that those sort of options that developers would typically be able to configure can be enabled by default. Is this something that like a CSPM like Wiz or something is alerting on currently? Do you know of?
I am not super familiar with Wiz. The policy. Oh, sorry. So just to recap, the question is, when it comes to building policies and making sure it's enabled by default, is something like Wiz able to detect or recommend those type of, I guess, like recommendations, right? Okay, awesome. So I'm not super familiar with like Wiz, but I have like mostly a lot of the stuff that from like researching these talks are just like looking at, all right, what does GCP have that can be applied on the org level? So it depends on the size of your org. Some controls it is a bit more strict in like what type of policy you can put in place. But when it comes to these type of misconfigurations, usually what I see in orgs is that they lean more on org policy because is to kind of force developers to kind of set it up properly. So with org policy, what I like about it is like it's all like, yes, like these type of controls are not on by default. You have to do a lot of research, kind of see, okay, what are some existing configurations in all the workload identity federations set up, fix those, and then put the policy in place. It does take a bit amount of work for what I've seen and experienced. So it's just some things to explore further that I encourage like other security professionals to also explore the same. Kind of look around, ask the inventory, kind of see like, all right, what's in this GCP org, and kind of see where are some preventions to put in place. I'm not sure if that answers your question. Happy to discuss it outside as well.
Any additional questions?
So usually when you set up the provider, you set up the bootstrap trust with the IDP. So basically pattern 3, I don't see how it's feasible if you can fake this AI. Because usually the setup between the provider and the IDP, whatever the IDP, the external IDP will set up, there's a trust either through an XML file that you can exchange for federation. The other thing for workload identity, that token is going to be probably the first gate. But internally, we're going to have kind of like a passport, which is the short-lived credential that might be signed through the STS endpoint.
Just want to summarize your question.
Yes,
so
correct.
the provider is like, I guess like this is going back to like pattern number 2 for the provider updates and how to see if it's actually possible to catch that.
Yes.
Okay, so the provider updates, like we do see logs, but these are like some, at least like to me, it looks like we do get a bunch of logs, but it's like trying to figure out, all right, are we looking for a needle in the haystack, or what are some proper ways to actually catch that? Because when I was looking at the logs, it was so hidden in the request body, and I had to like go look for that particular event. And for organizations, like depending on the size, obviously, like for of course, it might be hard to look for those type of like specific request body to see if there's any suspicious happening. It's not like a lot of them. These events will happen. Like developers will create those providers in their own system, even set to their own ID and identity providers that we don't know about. But it's to kind of encourage folks to, all right, start looking to see what we can do to also like monitor for those type of provider updates. And if we as security practitioners are okay with the certain type of configurations that has been set like by developers. Did that like answer your question?
Yeah, kind of. The first one, which is the how you fake the CA, just to impersonate another fake,
Yeah.
like a certificate.
Yeah, you can like create your own like IDP like or setup depending on how you set. Like I seen it in some cases where someone would just like set up their own personal stuff and connect to it. So like I did like definitely seen those before. So like I didn't like verify myself, but like, I definitely seen cases like that. It's like, oh my, this is
GCP
crazy.
will prevent me. If I set up provider with a fake one, it will say no. This is not. I cannot create it.
Okay.
Actually,
I'm not sure if that's like a recent update because I've seen some like suspicious activities before in like from talking to like folks where they said like, okay, this is not, why is it set up this way? Or like I tried to do A, B, C, D, E, F, G in one of them and like it just went through. It's like, is there like a legacy thing from before, or like I just put a random one on here? So it I guess like depends on. I'm not sure if there's like a recent update or like how folks were doing it before. But no, that's interesting. If it does actually prevent it, that's actually great. But I just have heard so many stories where like someone would just put a random provider in there. Mm-hmm.
We may have time for one more short question, if there's anybody else who has questions. All right, one more.
Hey there. Does this sound good? Yeah.
Yeah.
What's your take on why the logs that are interesting are paid? You know, ever since that Microsoft hack a few years ago, it seems like cloud providers have gotten wise to we should give the security logs away for free, but are they actually expensive to run, or do they just ringing us?
I didn't catch the full question. Can you repeat that again?
Sorry, maybe I need to swallow this thing. What's your take on why these interesting GCP logs are paid? Like, why aren't they giving that to security practitioners for free? Are they actually expensive to run, or are they just trying to make a buck?
I can't speak about what GCP's decision on it. Just something that was poking around. I was like, wait, why isn't certain logs on? And when we actually like, when looking at, okay, does it actually cost money for it? So in practice, from what I have seen and discussed with like other folks in the community, is that these logs would generate a ton of events. So if you have a very active like whichever identity, we're talking like the gigabytes of events depending on the like companies as well. So a lot that do incur costs, unfortunately. So I can't speak on like what is Google decisions on it. Just like a kind of, for me, sounds like a blind spot when like looking into this area further in GCP.
I see. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Please give a round of applause to Jay Wu, our first speaker of the first day of B-Sides.
You got Andrew right perfect. Don't worry. I'm sure that's what you were asking. Yeah, because we have a slide to just quick introduce ourselves. No, because we're going to switch, right? We're going to switch.
Okay, when I introduce myself or something.
Yeah, let's get out the way.
1, 2, 3.
I tested in the other room, so we should be good.
Okay. All right, please welcome our next speakers, Hala Ali and Andrew Case, and they will be talking about Beyond Static Analysis, Memory Forensics for Go Malware.
There we go. Are we good to start? Okay, cool. Thank you. So, hello everyone, and thank you for coming to our presentation. For our talk today, we're going to present our latest research effort, which was bringing true, deep, structured memory forensics to Go malware. If you've analyzed Go-based malware before, you know how horrible it is, and it's like really, really miserable, so we wanted to make that a lot easier. If you haven't had to deal with the horror of Go malware before, you will see lots of examples in the slides and learn all about it, see some reading material, and then you'll see through how our research and our new plugins, we make it a lot easier, and we make it where you can just automate the whole thing. Is the mic okay? Okay, cool. So before we jump into the research though, let us introduce ourselves.
Hi everyone, I'm Hala Ali. I recently completed my PhD in computer science from Virginia Commonwealth University. And my research focuses on memory forensic, malware analysis, and software supply chain security.
And for those I haven't met before, my name is Andrew Case. I'm the Director of Research at BsidesLV, where we deal with pretty nasty malware and intrusions on a daily basis, and it's what motivates a lot of our research that we do. And I'm also one of the core developers of Volatility, which if you're not familiar with Volatility, you'll see a bunch of examples as well. So when we're talking about memory forensics, which is how we're going to be analyzing this malware and what our research focused on, it's the idea of doing our forensics and our incident response and our detections based on snapshots of what's in memory. So we're walking up to a machine or across the network, we're getting an entire copy of what's in RAM. So if you have a 16 gig laptop, you have 16 gigs of RAM. If you have a 256 gig RAM server, you get a 256 gig file. And inside of memory is all of the most critical data to actually do investigations. When you want to track command and control activity, when you want to see what happened on a machine, not the exact second you walked up, so you want historical process activity, file activity, and so on. And then you're probably familiar with the fact that most malware these days is memory only. So it does not leave a single trace on the disk. And as you'll see in some examples from our plugins, when you have those command and control interactions from the attacker, that's memory only as well. So if you're not doing memory forensics, if you're just shutting the machine off or terminating your Amazon instance, you just threw away all the evidence and everything that you actually care about. And just to point it out real quick, if you hear a talk from me or anyone else involved in Volatility, memory-only malware and fileless malware are not the same thing. So if you go on certain vendor floors and they say they detect fileless malware, that is not what we're talking about. Fileless malware, the reason it got that name is it doesn't make a new file. So it infects a link file or a registry hive, but you can turn the machine off, get it from that disk image and do forensics. When we say memory-only malware, it means if you reboot that machine, that malware is gone forever unless you got a snapshot first. For those who haven't seen some of the Go malware out in the wild, this is a lot of what motivated our research over the next couple slides. If BSides Las Vegas doesn't upload the slides in a few days, feel free to email us. We have our information at the end. I would recommend reading all of these if you work in the field and you're in the room right now. So we'll start with Brickstorm. Mandiant did an incredible report late last year on this. It infected a bunch of more traditional systems, so Windows and Linux and so on. At Velexity, we did a blog post about a month ago because we saw that same malware family getting used on very non-traditional devices where EDR software doesn't even exist. So enterprise storage solutions, we were seeing it on firewalls, on VPN appliances, and so on. And we put this first because it really illustrates one of the reasons that so many malware authors now use Go, which is portable across operating systems. So with small little tweaks, or in some cases no tweaks, you can have your malware hit Windows, Linux, Mac, some random file server software somewhere, some VPN appliance, things like that. There was also Obscura. This was an incredible report by Huntress. We've probably all heard of them. So they found Obscura being used in the wild in very, very sophisticated ransomware attacks. It spreads to domain controllers, does all the lateral movement, and so on. But what they pointed out was that it was written in Go. So good luck if you try to reverse it from scratch. Definitely recommend reading that blog post from Huntress if you haven't seen it. There's also Pentagona. This is originally was an open source project, an incredibly written, full-featured, amazing open source project to provide command and control capabilities. So it had the server that ran in the attacker infrastructure, had the clients that you would push out to the victims, but unfortunately for this open source author, a bunch of, or one really sophisticated APT group used it to compromise a bunch of ministries and embassy staff. And so that guy was like, whoa, 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 I'm not publishing this source code anymore, and removed his repo. Now at Velexity, we just hoard this stuff, so we had a copy of the source code anyway from before he archived it, so we were able to do the analysis, but very sophisticated malware. Another report, Go Serpent, from about a week ago from Kaspersky. Read this if you haven't. Again, very sophisticated malware, targeted politicians, journalists, all the people that get their actual machines compromised in targeted attacks. The entire malware chain was written in Go. And then the last two we'll talk about, this doesn't have a great name. It's literally just called malicious Go module, but you're probably familiar with that every like 5 seconds, there are NPM packages getting backdoored, there's PyPy packages getting backdoored, supply chain attacks. Go has the same issue. So with Go, you have a flexible module framework. Your application can download modules at runtime if it needs them. So it's susceptible to the same exact issues we hear about every day. And in this case, you can see this report was very new, only a couple weeks ago. By the time this module was detected, it had already been downloaded 222 times. And so spreading very, very quickly. And then finally, we're all familiar with the North Korean scams where they use AI videos and other techniques to get hired by Western companies, whether to just earn a paycheck and use that to fund North Korea or to attack that infrastructure. For many of these developer type positions, they ask you to write code and send the code back so it can be evaluated and so on. In this case, it was found where these job applicants were sending backdoored code to their interviewers. And as you can guess, the reason I'm talking about it is it was all that malware was written in Go. So another really good read, but again, it just shows that all the malware we see in these real attacks, the vast majority of it at this point is written in Go, which is why we wanted to research it. But as I mentioned before, analyzing Go is a disaster. First off, we'll illustrate this a bit on the next slide. But first off, all your binaries are statically linked. So even if you just do a hello world program, you now have like 100,000 strings and 1 million functions, and life is not fun. Well, when we look in memory, Go has very weird choices compared to like C or other languages. One that's really painful is strings are not null terminated. So as you'll see on the next slide, if you like to run strings and do easy IOC mode, that immediately doesn't work. It doesn't get much better in IDA or Ghidra anyway. You lose all the type information, so that nice debug information for reversing isn't there. And then how many people, real quick, have heard of Garble before or had to deal with it? I see people nodding. Okay, so Garble is so miserable as an obfuscation tool that it hooks at the compiler level. So every part of the tree, every variable, every name, every string gets rewritten and obfuscated during compilation. So it's about as nasty as you can get, so dealing with that is not very fun. So just as a quick illustration before we jump into the deep details and actually analyzing this malware, on the left, what I have here is a very simple program. This is the entire thing. There's a static string that says Bond, James Bond. So that'll be on the stack. You then have a string of shaken not stirred that gets allocated on the heap and then copied into another buffer. And then we set up to where we ask Google.com, the search engine, when was the first James Bond movie released, right? So this would be like 50K, maybe 100 kilobytes if it was a C program, super, super small. Versus if you look on the right side of the slide, compiling this produces a 8.2 megabyte binary because it has the entire networking stack in it, all the heap stuff, all the stack stuff, the entire runtime. Using the nm command, which is what shows you all the functions that are accessible by this binary, There's 8,600 plus of them. We defined one function called main. The runtime added another 8,600 plus for us. And if you just run the basic strings command, we define like 4 or 5 strings. There's 100,000 plus in there. It is absolutely a disaster to deal with this. And then on top of that, at the bottom, when you run strings on the binary, because they're not null terminated, every single string from the application is just glued together. So the only reason James Bond is highlighted here is because we did it to save your eyes. So you run strings, and everything that part of the application defines just gets glued into one string that goes forever and ever and ever. So good luck with your IOCs or trying to read it on your own.
All right. So far, we've seen why Go binaries are difficult to analyze. So the next question, how far the static analysis tool and reverse engineering tools actually take us. So they, like the static analysis tool or reverse engineering tool, they're useful. They provide useful artifacts, but at compile time. So they provide symbols, strings, diassembly. But in incident response settings, we really need to go deeper, right? So we really know exactly what the malware did at runtime. And there where exactly like memory forensic fills the gap. So we came with the first memory forensic framework to help us go deeper, improve the visibility in the runtime state of Go binaries. So, you know, like Go process, executable file, right? So we need to identify the entry point of that process. So for that, we analyze a header of the executable file, and we scan segments, the read-only segments, and from there we get the PC line table data structure in memory. And from there, we analyze its field, and we get to the module data structure. And from the module data structure, we get the function tables, the type table, the interface tables, and other useful information like the memory boundaries of that module data. And if the binary is obfuscated or compiled with garble, so we don't just rely on the magic byte to identify the BC line table. No, we did structure analysis based on the fields of that structure to exactly identify the BC line table, and also for the paged out, function names and file paths, we leverage the kernel page cache to recover those information from memory. So these capabilities, these memory forensic capabilities, we implemented them as a novel suite of Volatility-3 plugins. Volatility-3 is a famous memory forensics, so we extended this framework to help us analyze the Go memory, the Go binary, or the memory of Go binary. So the first plugin we implemented is Go strings. So it helps us to recover the dynamic and the static strings from memory. And the next plugin helps us to generate the function call graph from memory and also recover the function of the malware. And the Go routine helps us recover the active function from memory. Like Go routine means like threads, we have like a process, we have threads. So Go routine is just like threads of the Go binary itself, so we recover the active function. And for evaluation, we tested our plugins against real malware. So we test them against Pentagana and Breakstorm, Obscura, and for like open source Go application, it's called Screenshotter just for productivity. So you can download the plugins and you can test with any open source Go binary or Go application. So, and it's really painful to recover like the dynamic or the runtime string from memory. So we had to parse the heap itself, and in Go, it's not easy. So we had first to identify the all spans, and from there to get the array of pointers of M span, and each M span like provide metadata of specific class of object. And here there is a challenge, like the compiler of Go is really aggressive. So we don't have argument types in memory. So that's why we we did some kind of a heuristic analysis to try to recover the type or, to predict the type of those objects, because all we know just the size of those objects. For example, in Go, there's like strings represented two machine by two machine words, like let's say 16 bytes. So on the interface, it also like represented as 16 bytes. So based on the size, so the data structure could be strings, could be interface based on its fields. All right, so on the right side, you can see like there is an open source, like of the screenshot, there is the function that connect to the remote server. And you see like there's useful information, the credential used to connect with the remote server. And on the left side, you can see how the string is represented in Go. It has like, it's represented as like two fields, the pointer to the actual data where exactly the actual data is located in memory, and the second field is the links of this data. And here, if you just use like string utility, like the Linux one, so you will just get like a flat byte blob. And while if you use the Go string, so this plugin, it will give you exactly where the data is, the structure is located in memory, where the data is located in memory, and the links of this data. So it's really useful for forensic or for forensic investigations. So when we tested Go strings with Obscura, we could recover the public key used by the attackers. We recovered the service ID used by the attacker to communicate with the victim. We also recover all the dependencies used on the attacker side. And also, we could recover, like the security software, like the antivirus tools that the ransomware tried to figure out and try to disable them. And here, just kind of pre-recorded video demo. It shows you like when you, so here when you just like feed the input like the memory dump, and you just like run the Go strings. So it's like volatility 3 plugins. You found the BC line table, the module data, and also the Go version. And then you will get all the active spans in memory when you parse the heap itself, and then the size of the heap itself, and also information like the command sent by the attackers, like the sysinfo, and the response from the client or the victim, and here the information of the system. And there are other commands sent by the attackers, like who am I, who, and cut the etc shadow files, the system file. So when we tested like the second like plugin, the Go functions, we recover like the functions of Brickstorm. So like the main function, the self-watcher to reinstall itself, and also the WS sub function used to execute the commands and also to process the connection. And also we recover the argument, the values of the function arguments. We did API-based analysis based on the Go version. You know, it could be like register-based or stack-based. So we did this analysis to recover the values of those arguments. So we recover the environment variables like the kill switch, and also where the malicious payload is located in memory, and exactly where is the backdoor try to maintain persistent in memory, like it's, you know, like the VMware Center benign file. So for the Go routine, like when you need to recover the active function, so, you know, there's kind of so many steps we did like behind this slide. So first we identified the active function, then we try to, you know, did some calculation to recover the frame size associated with that function, and from there we, you know, get the return address, and then try to walk all the stack for each Go routine to recover the argument values of those like active functions. Yeah.
So with the Go routines function, it's not just a static listing. So if you had your static binary and you run the nm command like we saw, where it says here is like a million functions that got compiled in, we're essentially reconstructing the stack at runtime. So in this case, let's say you had this Brickstorm binary, which is quite large. It is Go in the first place, so it's going to be large, and it has a lot of functionality, right? Because it can infect ESX to Windows to Linux all together. And so in this case, what we're seeing is the fact that while this machine was infected, we get our memory sample, and we can see that this function main.selfwatcher.func2 is what was being executed. So out of the 8 to 12,000 functions that are going to be available in that binary, let's say you didn't know anything about Brickstorm. Let's say it wasn't published online yet. It didn't freak out everyone from CISA to NSA and so on. You would go from the 8 to 9,000 binaries that are listed there to just the one that's actually running the command and control server. So you can imagine how much of a time saver that is. And then as you saw, I'll go back, but as you saw in the previous slides, you can basically get like sandbox output of what happened as well. So which functions were called, what parameters were being sent to them. It makes your life a lot easier. You go from having no idea about this crazy binary on disk that's fully obfuscated to, hey, this is exactly what's processing the command and control calls, and these are the exact places on disk and in memory that the malware is operating. This is Pantagana. Remember, that is that open source software that was incredibly detailed for command and control. You saw before how out of the strings plugin in the session we set up where we were sending commands, getting C2 responses back from reading the shadow file, seeing what our user account was, stuff like that. So with strings, we recovered the entire command and control session. With Go routines, it's the same idea. We can see the functions being called. So we see all the C2 endpoints, the host being used. We can decode the protocol without much effort and things like that. So in conclusion, we made it where analyzing Go is really miserable and you have no idea what's going on out of these binaries with like hundreds of thousands of functions and strings, and it's miserable, to saying, hey, this is exactly what's executing in memory. There's 3 plugins that we wrote that answered this for us. The QR code here is directly to the GitHub repo, so this isn't a vaporware talk where we don't release the code, or I'm like, hey, come talk to me on the side and it's $10,000. No, just get the open source Volatility 3, bring in the repo that Hala set up. Volatility 3 can use plugins from other repos directly. We made it that way on purpose. And then if you really like all the details, if you're a reverser yourself or a memory forensics researcher, we have a link to the DFRWS paper from last week. So it's an academic conference. It's like a 12-page, all the details, all the gory details. Only have like 3 minutes left, so we will take questions. There's 2 more QR codes. Both of these go to our LinkedIn page. Just add us, and I honestly accept people without looking. For Hala, maybe say like, hey, I was in the talk or something. We also have our email address. So if you want like a PDF of the slides with all the references, all the stuff, instead of trying to file along on the QR code, just let us know. But thank you for coming out so early to our talk, and hopefully you enjoyed it and you'll get great use of the plugins.
All right, questions? Yes, sir.
Great talk. Thank you so much. Hey, Go is kind of now fallen out of favor, and Rust has become the crazy language. So, I mean, and I think you commented that Go is it's a hard thing to work with. The Rust binaries that we're seeing are even harder to work with.
Yeah, so Rust is on our short-term like list of research projects we might tackle. But as you saw kind of in the beginning, it was like where every incident we were working at Velocity, there was Go malware. And at first it was just like one of them, and then it was like, oh, they're actually retargeting it with like very little changes to Windows and then Linux. And then at Velocity we deal with a lot of edge devices and like non-traditional devices. Or like, wait, this very sophisticated Go malware is like, we dealt with a really serious case where every single enterprise network device was compromised with Go malware. So we're like, okay, we need to take this serious.
I guess the question was just, what did you learn from the Go analysis that you're now applying to Rust analysis?
One is making sure from day one, like of the project, that we have support for the wide versions in a more automated way. LLMs can definitely help with that. At this point, when we started this, like the LLMs were not as great as source code as they are now. So with Go, we support like every version going back to I think like 2018, and then all the different OSs. So at Rust, that would be like a first class requirement, not kind of like a bolt-on after the fact. And then also the way we do the function analysis, how we can give you like basically the sandbox output with like what functions were called with what parameters. That had a deep learning curve that I think we could apply much easier to Rust, like save a lot of headaches there. So yeah.
We got a question on this side of the room.
Howdy. Howdy, wonderful talk. I was just wondering if you can go a little more in depth on the heuristic approach that you did for type identification. I bet it's in the paper, but given that it is a heuristic approach, seems like there might be some blind spots to it.
I'm not sure we could reasonably answer that in 1 minute.
Is there one that you could do
so
after
the
the
issue
talk?
with types is the objects of like any type can get allocated into the same bucket. It's just based on size. So in some cases we can follow like back pointers to say like, okay, you have an interface. You know what I'm talking about? Not like an API, but like a class interface with inheritance. So we can try to follow back to those. With strings, we can try to like sniff the data and say, does this look like an actual string? But it was going through each type of type that we wanted to recover, and if it had an interface that made it a little easier, strings you can sniff out, and then the other ones were very specific to those types. But yeah, that's all in the paper and her PhD. That was definitely like the nastiest implementation part of the project, because all that information gets removed at compile time, and then Garble like takes what was already removed and then just makes it obfuscated and nasty extra. So.
We have time for a few more questions. Anybody else questions? Questions? There you are.
Thank you, Andrew Case. I wanted to ask, how do you, for this Go binaries, how do you decide what V types and how do you design the V type? Because it's kind of interesting question because it's a new
Yeah, so Hala did really good work on this with taking the Go releases, and then they're called symbol tables in Volatility 3. They're similar to V types, but they're a little bit different. So in Volatility 3, we were able to get, for all the different Go releases, like what those data structures look like. And then except for when Garble's there, the very specific Go version, including like the minor version that was used to compile the application, is embedded in the binary. So then we can map to those types. If Garble's there, which your life is terrible anyway, then you have to do some heuristics to figure out the version, and then you can apply the types. So.
There is also the type table. There is also type table, like around 26 types, like, in Go. So that table help us exactly get the structure of each type. So we did kind of mapping, like we know this type, like let's say slice in Go, it takes like 24 like bytes, right? So we recover like objects like class from heap like 24, right? So the slice, it has like the pointer, the links, and also like pointer to the array of objects. So we did kind of structure like validation of the structure if it's really sliced or not. We did same like with array, because like we don't have just like strings in memory, right? We have like arrays, we have a map. We also did analyze the key and key and values of each map to recover all the strings value. So we did kind of structure analysis, and we also leveraged the type table from memory. So that helped us to do such kind of mapping. So if that answers your question.
Well, I think we're out of time for questions, but thank you so much. Please give another round of applause to Hala and Andrew. Thank you so much for coming and speaking.
Good luck. Thanks, you too. Thank you so much. Oh, there's even a clicker. Amazing. Cool stuff. I can do it myself. That's okay. Thanks. I'm Toby. Toby, you go by Toby, not Tobias. Okay. Cool. Thank you so much. Oh, do these folks have?
All right, our next speaker is Toby Mueller.
All right. Well. Even better. Yes. Perfect. Okay. Let me just try to insert that random malicious USB device that I've just found here on the desk into my machine. I did some USB security research before I did that, so I'm intrigued. All right. Test. All right, there we go. Perfect. Hello, everyone. I'm Toby, and I'm interested in decentralizing and securing communication. And as part of that interest, I spent some of my time academically researching the properties of decentralized communication and the processes and protocols involved in securing such communication. And one contestant in the space of securing decentralized communication is the SMIME protocol or suite of protocols. So I did look at SMIME more closely, although deep down in my heart I'm an open PGP guy, as I like decentralization. And with SMIME, as you may or may not know, you need to buy some bits, some fancy bits from ACA, just like we used to do, or used to have to do, like 10 years ago. So for our web PKI certificates for the web, and we still need to buy those magic crypto bits from providers, from CAs. And I went out and bought a certificate from literally each and every SMIME provider out there, and I analyzed the market and the ecosystem and the processes. And I'm here to present the results of that research, which admittedly is a bit dated by now, but the market hasn't changed much. I've observed the market over the past, 5 years every so often, and I've updated the data. And this is what this is about. And essentially the gist is ACME for SMIME, the ACME protocol that we all know, like and know. It exists for SMIME too, but nobody gives a damn. If there is any, uncertainty about what I'm saying, please, make yourself heard. I'm happy to, take your question, not necessarily at the end, but at the point in time when you think you have a question. All right, so I'm led by three main questions, which are, well, how can we make email encryption easier and more accessible to, normal people, which I think entails automating the procurement of SMIME certificates. And given that there's a market out there, I was interested in, or am interested in, what the market looks like. And I'm interested in alleviating concerns that users may or may not have when it comes down to actually encrypting or signing emails. Speaking of which, encrypting emails is, difficult subject, at least. There's a few surveys, but none of them are really great. The best sources I found are those. There's a market survey from 2018, not really good. There's academic studies, 2022, 2025, impressive work. I encourage you to read the actual studies if you're interested in that. So the gist shall be, no matter the actual numbers, nobody really encrypts their emails. People may think they do and they would like to, but at the very end of the day, well, they do not. And one question that drives me is, how can we increase that, or the number of people actively securing their communication? Because I like people to communicate securely, even if they use big email providers like Gmail or, God forbid, Hotmail or one of those. And we don't necessarily want these providers to be able to read the email, right? One of the studies I think is very interesting, the 2025 one, because they they found LDAP servers on the internet, and these LDAP servers, they hosted these certificates, and they just downloaded these certificates and enumerated them and analyzed them. And of course, this study is a bit biased because it only, analyzed the certificates it found, because there's no central registry of each and every certificate, because there's no such requirement for the CAs to publish the certificates they issued, unlike the Web PKI, where Google forced everyone in a very interesting move to publish the certificates they issue. So they found in 2025 a whopping 41 million certificates, which I was surprised, to be honest, because I think that's quite a lot of SMIME users. But there's a caveat to that number, which we come to later. As part of that research, this 2025 study investigated who these users are most likely, or who the users are most likely. And the biggest cohorts are institutions. Well, actually Gmail is the biggest cohort with about 4 million certificates, but that's on the next slide. As for institutions, these are the top 2 and top 3. And the takeaway that I'm taking from this is that the say, proliferation of SMIME certificates is especially high if somebody solved the issuance and the procurement and the configuration of those certificates. It's not down to end users, but rather, well, especially not the end users trying to make encryption work. If that, say, initial step is solved in an automated fashion, that leads to high numbers. This is what I'm taking away. There may be other reasons, and I guess legislation is becoming a strong and stronger reason. In particular, I'm German, if you haven't noticed. I can speak with my German accent, if that helps. The German healthcare system demands encrypted emails, and they have a system based around SMIME, and they have terrible plugin system for Outlook and Thunderbird, and it's all stitched together with a hot needle, but it somewhat works. And they have a large deployment, but it's all in this closed ecosystem, and it's not meant for end-to-end layman users to, send encrypted messages. So we need to, solve the issuance problem somehow. That's part of the motivation. So if individuals do go out and get certificates, well, then they cannot use them. We see the largest cohort in this 2025 study is gmail.com, like addresses ending at gmail.com, or Hotmail is also fairly large. But none of these free mailers do support SMIME. There is a Google, as far as I'm aware, there's a Google offering behind like a corporate tier. You need to have a bigger license, and then they may or may not support some form of SMIME. I think it's actually not, because they have their own like encryption thingy, which gives you, like, if you send an encrypted email, it gives the receiving party a link to the Google webpage or something, and then you need to authenticate. I don't really know. But point being, even if you wanted to, use SMIME to secure your emails, it's fairly difficult, because the go-to, say, solutions and platforms, they don't support SMIME either well or at all. So, but what we can take away from these numbers is there have been at least 2 to the power of 32 people trying to use SMIME, right? Because these certificates come from somewhere. So people allegedly want to use SMIME, but somehow, we still cannot. Even it's 2026, it's not yet the year of encrypted email. So I said that I bought a certificate from literally each and every vendor in, I think it was 2021. And this is what it looked like back then. These are all the vendors that existed 5 years by now.
Paging Dr. Mueller.
Oh.
Dr. Mueller.
Oh, that's amazing. What time is it? Is it past 4 yet? No.
It is beer o'clock in Vegas.
Yes, cool.
Stat.
All right. I focus on the talk first because otherwise I get confused more than I am already anyway. So the market has consolidated since. Don't take the the names and the numbers all too seriously. It's more for the idea and the gist. And what I measured is, well, the price and so on is trivial. What I measured is how long does it take me, to get a certificate from 0 to certificate. And you notice vastly different times. And the best is Actalis with a total time of 2:45, which they won by a great margin because I needed to do it twice. Because the first time the web interface broke, the second time the email didn't arrive, so I knew already where to click, so they had a head start. And while this sounds like a great result for Actalis, which is a European company, by the way, so I endorse them for GDPR reasons and everything. But Actalis, the white bubble there means they have the key. So this is a bit ridiculous. You try to protect your privacy, of your communication, and the only gratis offering with a reasonable period, they, take the key themselves and give it to you. So you would expect that when you use encryption, you use a key that is under your control and exclusively under your control, but this is not the case with all the white bubbles. And this is not a coincidence, or at least it's not that these CAs would do anything wrong as per the ASMIME rules. In fact, it's it's explicitly allowed that the CA may generate the key. And I think there's some, maybe some pressure to be exercised eventually once we approach the year of email encryption. So by now we have at least 2 reasons for, say, making email encryption a bit better than it is. One is automation, like the procurement needs to be, better than clicking in a web interface. And second, we need to, control the private key, because otherwise any encryption is moot. And well, we will eventually get there to a solution how to get there. Well, in the TLS space, the rules get tighter and tighter, especially in the web, as you may or may not know. But also for ASMIME, allegedly everything got tighter but the key custody. So it's not necessarily the case that all these standards are stale and nobody cares. They do, but maybe they focus on things that matter less for the actual security of the email users. What I also measured, in addition to the time it takes me and the clicks I need to make in order to get a certificate, is the number of HTTP requests that it takes me to get hold of the certificate and the size of the HTTP traffic. And you would think that, this certificate that you get as an end customer is essentially a signature. And, even if it's a legacy RSA signature, the signature is not larger than, 4096 bytes. And still, I need to transfer 15 megabytes in the worst case to get hold of my, 2,000 byte signature? And this is bordering being ridiculous. And this column is also interesting because this is the number of blocked requests or blocked parties, I think. Essentially meaning that this is the number of trackers that uBlock Origin back in the day would have blocked. So the point being that if you use this privacy-preserving technology or try to use, you essentially give up the privacy because you're being tracked down, by all these trackers. And to add insult to injury, I did not only buy the certificate, but I then revoked the certificates through the official means, and essentially saying, well, my certificate got stolen, or I lost the key, or whatever. I'm now, so vulnerable that I want to tell the world, please do not use my certificate. And if you do that, you end up, talking to all these trackers, and so they know that they would disagree, these trackers, but they could know that you now have lost your certificate and that you are especially vulnerable, and exploit that fact for whatever that means or whatever bad purpose they have. All right, I need to hurry up a bit. I also, that one's, I think is in particularly funny. So I also downloaded all the contractual documents, all the terms of services, all the privacy statements, all the, whatever they offered me to acknowledge that I've read. And I downloaded all these documents, all the, as I've said, all the PDFs and websites and whatnot. And I counted the words, and I measured the ARI, that's the some average readability index or so. It's some academic measure to tell you how many years of education you need to understand that text. So that one essentially means you need to have spent 23 years in formal education in order to be able to understand what all the texts that they give you say. So you essentially need to have graduated from grad school somewhere, have a PhD to understand what they say. Now, 140,000 words, that sounds abstract. A quick reader has about 200 words per minute. And if you divide 140,000 by 200, you get down to about 12 hours of reading straight, only if you're quick to read the actual documents. And I haven't included that time in the measurements on one of the earlier slides, in fairness, because we all do next, right? But if you're a sovereign, sovereign subject, you of course would read through all this. All right, then there's a technicality for the modern standard, CAA. It exists for SMIME as well. For time reasons, I won't go much into that, sorry. But hit me up later. I hang around here all day. I love to chat, as you may notice. So, what do we do now? We have ACME. We know it from the web. Let's Encrypt made it very popular. It's probably primarily known for offering gratis certificates, but the main value it delivers is the automation around certificate management. And there are more CAs than Let's Encrypt that have an ACME endpoint that you can use for getting certificates. This approach has been extended to support email. So there's a protocol, like an extension to the ACME protocol to support email. And if you use that extension for email, then you could end up having an email client that gives you one or non-click certificates where you don't need any interaction. You configure your account, and then the client goes off and gets the certificate and manages the certificate. This is an actual screenshot of a patched Thunderbird that we patched to support ACME for SMIME. And when I say me, I mean my student that I had back in the day. And we produced, well, a patch for Thunderbird. And that worked for our narrow use case. But it's a very hacky patch. Like, we embedded a whole Python interpreter and then embedded the tiny ACME script and so on. It's very ugly. It's, I have the patch on me if anybody really wants, but you shouldn't use any of that. But we could have this. We could have like a none or one-click solution to the problem. So how does the protocol work? It's very similar to the ACME protocol. We, somehow issue the purchase order, say, for a certificate. Then the client goes to the CA. In our case, Pebble. We patched Pebble to support that protocol extension. And when over that HTTP channel, you get a half token back. With the order, you submit your email address, of course, and then the other half of a token is being sent by email. So your MTA or a MTA gets the other half token, which eventually gets sent to you, and then you return the token via email to prove that you can actually send email, because that's another thing that the current SMIME CAs do not actually check whether you have more control over the mailbox than receiving. The ACME for SMIME protocol also checks whether you can send email, which is, I haven't found any check for that with the existing CAs. So the token gets sent back, you get the certificate, and then it gets configured. I said we have the patches. I don't recommend them. We have many dirty hacks in there, but somebody could build this, I suppose, because I mean we did it, but it's just that we were academics and we didn't care about real life. We were in our ivory tower and it worked for us. I think that's due to the beer, like the lack of beer, that I'm dropping everything. All right, so it's not only me or us that are of the opinion that we need to automate things more. We have the standard bodies being more or less in agreement that ACME for SMIME is or could be a solution to many of these problems. So the vendors, they could go ahead and implement this. It is allowed. They could do that. But nothing has happened. Software-wise, nobody seems to care as much. There are a few projects, but, well, the upstreams, there are patches for the projects, but nobody seems to be caring all too much. All the components that I mentioned on the previous slide, like the CA and the tiny ACME, all these patches, they're sitting in the GitHub repository without anybody merging them. I doubt anybody's looking at them. Overall, the software support is not very, say, good. And particularly interesting is this one guy, not me, who implemented support across the stack, but none of the components, well, care. And you can go and, I didn't. Well, I only include one reference, but all the, I'm sure you find the reference for the other projects. I can, give them to you if you don't find them. The market, meanwhile, like since 2021, has consolidated, and interestingly enough, SMIME certificates have also gotten cheaper. I'm not an economist, fortunately, but I would have expected that with a consolidated market, the prices would rise, but they have not. But still, or maybe even because the competition is not as high, we are still down to manual operation. If you ask your question, I repeat it. Right. So length, validity periods. Are SMIME certificates also becoming shorter lived? Yes and no. It's not as, say, I was about to say bad. It's not as short as in the web, and it's also not as short as with code signing. There are three use cases: web, PKI, code signing, and email, essentially. And email is left out. I think the upper limit is 400 and something days, 498 or so. And in fact, here, there we are. I have it on the next slide. Good. Thanks for bringing me there. Yeah, it's renewal. There's not so much momentum in the whole SMIME market. They're still idling around. So for end users, the situation is dire, I think. I have the feeling these committees and people caring about email encryption, they are mainly looking at it from the lens of, say, corporations rather than individuals. So what I'm claiming we have seen is that we can use ACME for SMIME. It does work for, the use case that it tries to solve. We have the standards there. Implementations need to actually implement these standards, and the CAs, they need to catch up and provide these services. And maybe we get to a point where end users can actually secure their communication especially if we reach the point, just like in the web, where we can automate the issuance and the procurement of these certificates. So how do these leading questions, where are we now with our leading questions that I posed in the beginning? So yes, we do have acne for S-MIME, and it sort of works, at least in our experiment, and the standard bodies also seem to agree that acne for S-MIME is a solution. The market is largely very similar to like 5 years ago. There's some consolidation, some changes in the pricing, but it's not that it would have been, or that it's not that it changed dramatically. And the concerns that I presented, especially in the beginning, they're still there. We still have clients that do not properly or even at all support S-MIME, and the whole software stack needs to, well, be designed with end users wanting to protect their communication in mind. Some references for the studies I mentioned, and I think we have like a minute or so for questions. Nobody dares?
Any questions?
All right. Does Acme enforce local key generation? I mean, yes, to the extent it can. I mean, it's much. The short answer is yes. The protocol, I mean, where the key comes from, the protocol doesn't, enforce in the sense that there's no attestation, but at least the protocol provides for clients being able to generate their own key. Does S-MIME require both parties to have a key? And that's a funny one. Thanks. The answer is no. S-MIME does not require both parties to have a key at the same time. So you could send, an encrypted email to someone who does not have your certificate. But clients, they do not support that, which I think is a bit unfortunate. So the standard, at least S-MIME number 3, they're releasing standard version number 4. Number 3 does not require both parties to have the certificate when sending a message, but in practice, the clients do require, you to have the other party's certificate, which I think is silly. All right, thank you very much for your attention. Please come and find me if you want to chat about any of that during the conference, or write me a message. I'm very happy to chat. Thanks.
Give it up for Toby. Thank you so much.
Hello. I am. I guess I should get plugged in. No, I answered almost anything. I like it. Okay, so there we go. Get you plugged in here. Oh, it's on this side actually. My USB.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I run steps in my own lab, so software for
Okay. All right. Let's see.
This mic?
I guess that.
Just go ahead and introduce you.
All right.
All right, our next speaker is Leonard Bailey, and he is giving the keynote speech, Patching the Law, How Hackers Helped the DOJ Protect Security Researchers.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Let me start by saying thank you to BSides for inviting me to give this, this presentation. Oh. And thank you for that. So today I'm going to tell you a story, and I'm believing that this is a story you haven't heard before. It's a good story. It's got heroes. It's got acts of bravery. It's got some plot twists, some character arcs. It's got a fairly happy ending, and it's about this community. It's about something that you built over a decade to protect security researchers working with the Department of Justice. Now, this story will be told in 3 acts. And usually Act 1 is about, introducing characters. It's about world building. And I will warn you that this story starts in a very, very dark place. Because in 2012, Aaron Schwartz was charged with felony violations of the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act, the CFAA, the principal federal statute for hacking offenses. And he was charged for attempting to download information through MIT's network that he intended to make publicly available to others. In January of 2013, Aaron Schwartz took his own life. And that was an event that affected many in this community. There still are very raw feelings about the way his case was handled, and there are still many people who feel a sense of loss from what occurred. Now, I never met Aaron Schwartz. I've read about him, I've heard stories about him, and I guess I referenced the words of Cory Doctorow, who said, "We have lost today someone who had more work to do and who made the world a better place when he did it." Now, this event by itself would have soured the relationship between computer security researchers and the government. And let me say that I spent 33 years in the government up until last year when I retired. But that wasn't the only thing that happened in 2013, because in addition, there was a prosecution of Andrew Orenheimer, someone who called himself Weave. Now, how many of you know who Weave is? Okay. So Weave was someone who was charged for accessing and disclosing information, iPad, email address account information, from AT&T servers. And, well, he did this using what was viewed by many in this community and by his defense attorneys as so basic a means of getting information from an unsecured public URL that it should not have been considered hacking. Now, Weave was a controversial character and continues to be. For those of you who don't know him, he was a self-proclaimed internet troll. He was an avowed white nationalist, and he was an unapologetic Nazi sympathizer. But he was also someone who was being accused of committing a crime that many in the community felt he should not have been accused of committing, and therefore the community rose to support him in this endeavor. Now, these 2 acts alone would have been enough to really very much poison the community against the government, but wait, there's more, because that same year, Edward Snowden made his disclosures in May. And those disclosures were about a classified electronic surveillance suite of programs that very much juiced public distrust of the government, and for some in this community, researchers, led them to conclude that perhaps the government was hoarding vulnerabilities for use in its own offensive cyber operations that should have been disclosed to protect networks generally. So, as I said, this starts in a dark place. This is where we begin, and this is the backdrop against which this story is told. I'm going to introduce you to our first protagonist. Now, I think at least some of you know her very well. And she's not the only protagonist in this story, but she is the one that got the ball rolling. Meet Jen Ellis. Yeah. So Jen Ellis, a fixture in this community for a very long time, before she moved back to the UK in 2019. Jen was a VP at Rapid7 for Public Affairs and Community, and she was seeing all of this unfold, and she thought to herself, someone needs to do something about the CFAA, because that's the way Jen kind of rolled. Now, for those of you who don't know Jen Ellis, you should know that Jen was British. She was very British. She was so British that, in fact, last month, the UK government appointed her a member of the Order of the British Empire in tribute for the wonderful cybersecurity work that she'd done. The other thing you should know about Jen Ellis is that she cursed like an angry drunk sailor. Now, on paper, this is not the person you might have said, I think this is the person who should be the interlocutor between this community and the government, right? You'd be wrong, and you'll see why. Now, Jen looked at this challenge of the state of affairs in the community and the government and said, you know what? We need to talk to DOJ. So she went to her CEO, and she convinced him to try to arrange a sit-down between them and DOJ prosecutors to discuss the CFAA. So, that happened. The CEO called over the justice. They put him in contact with the office I used to work in, the Computer Crime and Intellectual Property Section, which oversaw the interpretation of the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act. And they arranged a meeting in May of 2014. So Jen and her colleagues boarded a plane, flew down to Washington, D.C., and walked into what was essentially the proverbial belly of the beast, the Department of Justice, to carry a message. The message was essentially, we're not sure what you do. Your ways are strange to us, but we know that you are chilling good faith security research, and we'd like you to stop. Now, in a moment of candor, Jen would confess that what she expected to happen was that they'd sit down, they'd talk, there'd be some polite nodding, and then after about 30 minutes, they would be ushered out of the office. What happened instead was there was about an hour and a half media exchange between the Rapid7 folks and the prosecutors about what the CFAA was, how the security researchers were seeing this threat, what would be needed to be able to distinguish between legitimate research and criminal activity. And in fact, the conversation was so productive, Jen immediately concocted a scheme. She said, what I should do is get someone from DOJ to come down and talk to a bunch of security researchers to get a better understanding of what the concerns are. And so she made that offer. And the idea was, this was May, that in August, there could be a meeting in the backdrop of Black Hat, DEF CON, and BSides, because everyone would be here anyway. And so the invitation was extended. Now, I can tell you with justice, there were discussions about this meeting. And I will say some concerns about what the intent was. How the prosecutors would feel in this meeting. How they would be treated in this meeting. So the final decision that everyone could agree on, though, was, yeah, let's send him. Now, to be perfectly honest, I actually volunteered for this. And I volunteered for this in large measure because what I saw in the room in May was two groups of people of good intent, of goodwill, but with some fundamental understandings about how each other operated. And I thought there was a way forward. There was a bridge that could be built. So, in August, I showed up here. Actually, not here. I was at Mandalay Bay. And I was escorted into a room where there were about 20 security researchers sitting and waiting to talk. Now, honestly, frankly, it was awkward to start off with. I mean, it was a little bit like a high school prom. We were sizing each other up. They weren't quite sure what the intent was. Why was DOJ really here? Could they and should they really say things in front of the Justice Department? And as the discussion started, there was a theme that clearly developed. for each speaker, who was, I mean, to a one, they were polite and respectful, but beneath that, there were very, very raw feelings. Feelings about being threatened, feeling vulnerable, feeling that, well, they weren't appreciated for doing the good work that they were doing. And so it went for about an hour of, again, some very kind of raw exchanges. And then this man took the floor. So I didn't know Dan Kaminsky very well. I was in one meeting with him maybe back in 2008. What I did know about him was that he was wickedly smart and he was well respected. So when he got the microphone, what he said was, well, he laid out this litany of very pointed things that the Department of Justice was screwing up on. He talked about people feeling hunted, about the misplaced priorities, and he punctuated this with, and how dare you turn Weave into a martyr and make us defend him? Which got some chuckles in the room, yes. I will say that I think that comment turned the nature of this sit-down. After that, we really started discussing, okay, so what can we do here? What is it that we have to learn on the government side? And what is it that we have to try to, tell you about that, would make you feel better about the way in which we use this statute? And so, there ends Act 1. Now, the truth is, at the end of the day, Act 1 ends with a feel-good meeting where people felt heard, but we'd accomplished nothing. I mean, it was a wonderful kumbaya moment, but we hadn't really progressed. The question was, well, what comes next? And after this, we actually had weekly phone calls for 3 months in an effort to try to figure out what the way forward was. So we asked questions about, so how should we be determining on the government side when we're dealing with criminal conduct and legitimate security research? When does a proof of concept require more than the downloading of some sample and the taking of an entire database? Do you ever have to, without authorization, alter a computer in the course of trying to find vulnerabilities on a remote system? Things that would help kind of scope the issue. Now, this ended after 3 months only because there were murmurs in the air that there was an effort to amend the CFAA on the Hill, and the view was the priority should be put towards making those changes to the statute. And if researchers were going to kind of strategize about what to do about that, they probably didn't want the Department of Justice on the line with them. Now, that didn't end the thinking about this, though. On the government side, we thought, look, we're learning stuff. This is stuff we can tell others about. We can tell other prosecutors about this, but I'm not sure that's quite as effective as putting researchers in front of prosecutors. So in the federal government, there's something called the CHIP network, the Computer Hacking and Intellectual Property Network, which consists of over 200 prosecutors who are specially trained in investigating and prosecuting computer crime cases. And every year, there's a gathering in Columbia, South Carolina, where those prosecutors are trained in the new law, the new technology, the new cyber threats, so they can better do their job. And our thought was, we can, in this 4-day experience, arrange a panel, and we'd invite some researchers to come in and explain what they do and how they do it. And that's exactly what we did. So we invited Josh Corman, go ahead, stand up, Josh Corman, right, yes. Katie Masouras, and Rebecca Brown down to talk about what they did and how they did it. And Josh talked about the critical infrastructure and the fragility of that system and the importance of being able to find vulnerabilities there. Katie addressed vulnerability disclosure programs and the importance that has to cybersecurity. And Rebecca talked about cyber threat intelligence gathering and how that helps fill the gaps so we better understand the cyber threat landscape. I'd love to tell you that minds were changed that day. And maybe they were, I can't tell you for sure. But I can tell you that I got a lot of feedback from people saying, I heard things I hadn't heard before. And I considered that to be something of a win. Now, I've been focused on the Department of Justice, but there were things happening in other agencies in the government that were also later on going to sort of intersect with what was happening at Justice. One of those things was at the Department of Defense, Secretary of Defense Ash Carter had created in 2015 the Defense Digital Services to modernize IT kind of with a Silicon Valley vibe. And the crew he brought in was very cagey. In the first year, one of the things they thought of was a pilot program that I'm sure all of you are very well familiar with, which is Hack the Pentagon. This was pretty brilliant because if you could unleash people to find vulnerabilities on the largest national security system on the planet, it's hard to argue that you can't do something similar on commercial networks, right? So we had Charlie Snyder, Roro, who I imagine many of you know, and Liz who were working this program. And Charlie Snyder actually reached out to the Department of Justice, and I went over and met with him. And he talked through what they were going to do. And he asked, look, are there any concerns about the legal protocols we have in place? And the answer was no. They did a very good job of really keeping it nice and tidy. But he also had another question. Was there anything more that the Department of Justice could do to support Hack the Pentagon? And my answer was I wasn't sure. So he gave me a full brief on the program. We were able to take that back. I was able to brief my superiors, take it to our front office, and we had no idea exactly how they'd respond. Their response was, yeah, that makes sense. So actually, the head of the criminal division, the assistant attorney general, who was Leslie Caldwell at the time, lent a quote to the press release for Hack the Pentagon that sort of was underscoring the benefits and the importance of finding security vulnerabilities, and that a program like this was a helpful way of moving that forward. Now, Hack the Pentagon had other shoots that took root. One of them was something that happened at DOJ the next year. This whole effort to get better educated in what VDP was led us to think, you know what, this is a good way of dealing with some of the concerns about the CFAA, because there'd be clarity about what authorization people have to interact with the network. And that often is the basis for a claim that there's some violation of the CFAA. Someone did something unauthorized on the network. So we realized that we could maybe change the calculus a little bit by issuing a white paper that was what became the legal framework for a vulnerability disclosure program for online systems. And the release of that paper, it wasn't a bestseller, but it made some waves. There were folks who reached out to us, people at some of the hacker platforms that were standing up, like BugCrowd and HackerOne, who said, let's sit down and talk about how this looks and what you're in support of. There were other federal agencies that also reached out, and as it turns out, DHS and OMB were thinking about creating VDP programs for the federal government. And we had the opportunity to look through their proposals and to make comments and to strengthen them in various places. And by 2020, there was in fact issued a directive to the federal government that there would be a VDP in all agencies. So I've been talking about the CFAA a lot. I do want to also say something about work that was done with the DMCA, which is another statute that I think many in this room loathe. The DMCA is a prohibition on circumventing technological measures that are intended to protect the copyrighted work. What does that mean? Well, if, for example, you monkey around with DRM so that you can get to the software and do some tinkering, that potentially is a violation of the DMCA. Now, the DMCA also has a provision that allows every 3 years, why 3 years, not 4 or 5, I have no idea. It allows the Library of Congress to run a process that involves them accepting proposals for exceptions to the DMCA. And, well, that is a way of perhaps embedding some exceptions for security research, which is something that people recognize. And Andrea Matwishin, who I believe may have given the keynote last year, she took advantage of this. In 2015, she put in a petition to get security research an exception where it was done in good faith. And the Library of Congress accepted it. Now, 3 years later, it was up again, and there was some narrowness to the initial exception. So there was an attempt to expand. And what happened is Harley, and Jen Ellis shows up again, called over to the Department of Justice and said, hey, are you guys looking at this? And the answer was no, we weren't. We weren't tracking it at all. We didn't know it existed. So we then did. Now, this is an intellectual property issue. This is on the other side of our house. I'm from the computer crime and intellectual property team. And so we gave it to the IP people who looked at it, this proposal to expand good faith security research, and they concluded it was reasonable and should be supported. So in 2018, the chief of our section submitted a formal paper in support of this exception. Now, my office was the one that prosecuted criminal violations of the DMCA. So us coming in and saying, we think an exception makes sense here, was something the Library of Congress took pretty seriously. And in fact, they accepted the expansion at the end of the day. So the exemption was extended. Which brings us to Act 3. Now, Act 3 is usually where you have sort of crisis and climax and lots of drama. And I'm going to disappoint you because there just isn't. And there isn't because of the work of many people in this room. What was happening, it turns out, across the government was there was an insurgency being fought by people like you and your allies. In agencies across the government, you had people working on things like the security of medical devices. You had people at CISA working on cyber issues and also COVID relief, who were allies and also hackers. You had people walking the halls of Congress, educating legislators about the risk and the dangers and how to think about technology and law. So when we, at the Department of Justice in May of 2022, released a change in our policy, it kind of came in with a whimper. What that policy said was, we direct prosecutors not to prosecute security researchers for good faith security research. And in fact, with that release came a statement from the Deputy Attorney General, number 2 at the Justice Department, stating, computer security research is a key driver of improved cybersecurity. The department has never been interested in prosecuting good faith computer security research as a crime, and today's announcement promotes cybersecurity by providing clarity for good faith security researchers who root out vulnerabilities for the common good. That's a long way from where we were 10 years before that, right? Now, I think it was JFK who said something like, success has many parents and failure is an orphan. In this case, there really were many parents, and this is not all of them by a mile. There were lots of people who took the time, made the effort to educate us and help us figure out how to educate others so that this ultimately became possible. Let me get you to the denouement. Now, does this mean that from here on, it's rainbows, puppy dogs, and unicorns? The answer is no. So, why is that? So first, this is a policy. It's not a law. And what that means is, with a stroke of a pen, it could be changed. So, there are concerns around that. Secondly, there are, for the CFA, 2 different facets of the law. There's the criminal prohibitions and the civil liability. Now, this kind of addresses the criminal aspect of it, but this doesn't address the vendors or other private parties that will issue cease and desist letters or threaten to sue. And that's still a concern, obviously. All that said, there are a couple of reasons why it's pretty good that this is a policy, I could argue. The first is that if anyone was waiting for Congress to pass a law, well, good luck. Because I don't know if you've noticed, but Congress is broken. It's unable to do hard things any longer. And I will give you good money that there is not an amendment to the CFA that's coming anytime soon. So having a policy in place is a good second option. The second thing is, there's reason for optimism because the current administration is interested in ripping out root and stem anything that was a policy under the Biden administration. But we haven't heard any indication that there's interest in overturning this policy. So there's reason to believe that this may have longevity and may last through administrations. So, lessons learned. One, this is kind of hacking 101. You can't hack a system without first gaining access to it, right? You've got to have allies. You've got to find allies, people who are inside who can work the issue with you, or you have to infiltrate it, right? You have to get people inside. Second, so I personally think that tribalism is the worst evil that we have. Our ability to kind of other people and turn them into caricatures. And when you're trying to move policy in this manner, that's not very helpful. I mean, Jen Ellis could have looked across the table and thought, you're nothing other than stodgy bureaucrats. I have nothing to do with you. And we could look across the table and said, you're nothing but black hoodie wearing anarchists, which they kind of were, but that's not all they were. So turning people into something other than two-dimensional kind of ciphers is very helpful. You deal with people as people. They have reasons for the things they believe. You address those reasons, you discuss them, and I think you can rationalize people to a better conclusion. Finally, I'd say that change, real change, doesn't come from the stroke of a pen, doesn't come from changing a sentence in a policy. It comes from changing minds. And that takes an investment. This took a long time, granted, but I think it will stick because of the effort and the time that people put in and the changing of minds about what security research was or is. Now, I think you're supposed to start, end keynotes with some call to action, and so I'll do that. It's pretty easy here because there are so many opportunities in this community to get involved in this type of work. I mean, obviously, I Am the Cavalry is legendary, and people know them very well. There are things also like Hackers on the Hill, which happens every year. It's an effort to hold programming for staffers and legislators to better educate them about security research and other issues. DEF CON Policy puts on a great show, a ring of villages and a number of opportunities there. Disclose.io, an effort that's being stood up to create a platform for vulnerability disclosure that also deals with legal safe harbor. And I will give a special shout out to Undisruptable 27, not just because Josh is sitting right here in front of me, but because there is a singular importance right now to this issue. So Undisruptable 27 is an attempt to deal with the vulnerabilities in our critical infrastructure. And I'm guessing you've all noticed that the world has become a very dangerous place. We have geopolitical conflict in every theater on the globe, it seems. We have, with increasing regularities, countries willing to use cyber tools as weapons of war. And we have a very fragile and very vulnerable infrastructure in the US. So the effort to build that out, to get us safer and a better place, is all about people like you, who have the skills, the experience, and the knowledge to make sure that we can do the things we need to do to fortify these systems. So with that, I am done. That is the end of my story.
So actually, I'm a black dress shirt wearing anarchist. Thank you very much. Could I get you to use the podium mic there to maybe answer some questions from folks? We're going to stick a mic here. If you want to ask a question, come queue up down the aisle here, and let's see what we can have as a conversation.
I can give you restaurant recommendations too.
Do you want to put the URL back up?
Oh, wait.
Ah, there we go. First time caller.
A little bit of a statement. Dan Kaminsky was an awesome guy. I didn't know him well, just met him at these conferences. But one thing that he was a little bit upset about is we all made the mistake, and I was guilty too, that we said, oh, he's just so smart. He worked really, really hard. Thank you.
Hey, former DDSer, great talk. If somebody was standing up like a new version of like a hack the Pentagon type thing today, any kind of lessons learned for modifying it, new versions of it, that sort of thing?
Well, I can certainly put you in contact with people who could talk to you about that. So if you don't mind, why don't you grab me afterwards, because there's a wealth of knowledge about that. Yes. Hey.
Been seeing you come over the years and just been very appreciative of the work you've done. I have to admit that at least at the start, seeing someone from the Department of Justice come, in the wake of what happened here in Schwartz, skepticism, mistrust was there, but your earnestness to build bridges was very evident, and efforts very much appreciated. And definitely have, there's definitely been a bit of a change in tide, a change in sentiment with regards to hackers and, among other things, the Department of Justice in the past decade, and no small part thanks to you.
But thank you. I mean, this is going to turn into a love fest, but I have to say it's a two-way street. I mean, I didn't expect to be welcomed as I was into this community. As I said, that first meeting, given how raw people were feeling, the fact that people were as polite and respectful as they were is, I think, a testament to the decency of the people I was talking to. So, it's a two-way street, sir.
And I also did have a question. I've seen, I guess, over the past 6 to 8 years, a bit of a disjointed efforts to try to improve critical infrastructure security, different groups not necessarily working with each other, or groups that seem to be very reluctant to accept any security research or help for fear of letting in the wrong person to audit this PLC, which has is open to the has a login open to the internet of default credentials, not that kind of nonsense. Have you, in efforts to trying to establish work groups to secure critical infrastructure, encountered many people who were so terrified of letting anyone look or audit security of critical infrastructure that, have you encountered such a group of people with much frequency?
So that is a evergreen problem, right? The issue of companies not being willing to allow anyone to look behind the curtain and see what their cybersecurity posture actually is. There are ways in which that might become a little bit easier. I mean, I do think that things like the mandatory reporting that may be imposed through the Cyber Incident Reporting for Critical Infrastructure Act that is being considered by CISA and should be finalized sometime by the end of the year might change the calculus on that somewhat, because it's a mandatory disclosure. So we'll have to see.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to say I really love everything that you're saying about that new charging policy, all of the safe harbor stuff, hugely, so props. A quick question. Has anyone that you're aware of been talking about the other side of this? What about the private sector partners who not only kind of are very cold to security research, but when the security research comes to them, they have this massive public trust that they need to protect, the financial system, everything else relies on them, and yet they choose to do nothing or even divest more from their security program?
Right. So the wonderful thing about being out of the government is I actually can have an opinion. So in my opinion, I think there has to be, and we were trending this way after Colonial Pipeline, maybe more disciplined use of the regulatory levers that exist that actually have some ability to compel people to adopt a better posture. I think there are things like, an expectation, or there should be, that people have a standing vulnerability disclosure program so that they can suss out where they have a problem. And essentially, they should be in the posture of saying, thank you for reporting this. I can now do something about it, rather than either threatening, the disclosure or ignoring it.
Is anyone talking about liability for
Yes.
the? Awesome. I'd love to know more if you have time.
I will. Pull me aside.
Hello, I just wanted to say thank you for this presentation and appreciate all the subject matter here. In my former roles before I got into cybersecurity, I have touch points on similar people. I used to run people for office, so would love to connect with you and see if there's ways that we can maybe connect with others and just kind of sound the alarm and get Congress to actually function. So be happy to connect.
Cool.
Hey, thanks for the presentation. Real great. Justin, Gary, we're innocent. That finally got turned over. I just want to say that. But one of the things I thought about is like kind of a way to hack Congress, if you will, to work around a law that is applicable across the federal side. I'm just wondering if you happen to push some of the guidance in the papers you're pushing to the DOJs that operate at the various states, because even states have individual laws where I can be prosecuted. I understand that this is federal, but let me give you an example of hacking that. So like with privacy, love or hate California with the privacy laws that they've been pushing has been an influencing factor at the federal level in other states. And so I'm just wondering if you push some of this guidance and everything down to each of the DOJs at the state level, because that can start to fester a conversation at that local level, and also deal with just being prosecuted locally, like within my state, just because Packets didn't fly across the wire or whatever, you could come after me in my state. And I'm thinking that if you push this guidance down, here's what we're doing at the federal level, consider adopting this, that might start a conversation at the state level where they modify that state, the state law, and maybe that will start a conversation just like it did with privacy in California, where we can start pushing a change at the federal level, because these bureaucrats really what they want is what's popular and what looks good. And maybe that's what we do to hack this system, is start at the state level and push it out. So did you push any of this out at the state level to the DOJs, and what was that response like?
Right. So the problem is the ability, because of federalism, to kind of drive this into states is very limited.
Right.
To the degree that you can have kind of a soft touch engagement, we did get questions about that, but the follow through is all on them, and so there are ways in which the government could be perhaps better positioned to be more persuasive, but I mean, other than modeling good behavior, it's kind of difficult to.
Well, that's what you're doing, right?
That's what we're trying to
push
do.
that. Yeah,
Right.
yeah. Okay, cool. I get it. Okay, thanks, man.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Leonard, thanks for everything you've done for the community. I have a question around the CFFA and DMCA in the age of AI.
Yeah.
Whereas we relied on good faith in the past, but now you have an AI and an agent doing some of the work and may go off the original intent of an individual, right? So where do you see kind of the seams right now in the law, and
Yeah.
where it should go given the new capabilities in the space?
So funny you mentioned this, because I think we talked about this a little bit last night at dinner. There are a couple. This is a very interesting and complex issue. Before I retired from the department last year, we did look at the issue of how does the CFA apply, if at all, to the type of security research that might be done on AI models, and it turns out it's a rather unsettled question, and there are different debates about when you are accessing a computer, when you are simply providing a prompt, even if you're trying to do something like jailbreak or something like that, like, are you accessing a computer without authorization as it's there to take commands from you? I think there's going to be a great deal of uncertainty about a lot of this, particularly when you start getting into agentic systems. I personally have my views, which is the fact that something's agentic doesn't allow people to wave their hands and say, there's no one involved at all. In fact, there was a prompt somewhere. At some point, there's knowledge that this particular model reacts in a different way when you ask it to do things. And there's accountability potentially when you continue to do that thing. So, this is going to be, development in technology, certainly under criminal statutes, happens very slowly. So I think we're not going to have real answers for a little while. That said, things are starting to happen. There was a case 2 months ago involving Amazon and agentic systems that had to do with scraping and whether the CFA applied that will give us maybe some better clarity on how courts are thinking about this.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
So I very much enjoyed your, I came in a little bit late, but I very much enjoyed what you had to say. There's a problem among cybersecurity professionals in terms of ethics that we are beholden to the company that we work for, that if we find a valid exploitable event or an exploitable device, that we're beholden to that company not to let that information out. And when you deal with critical national infrastructure, that's a national problem.
Yeah.
So I, for instance, if I had a vulnerability that I knew about in some infrastructure in the United States, right now they're under attack, right? So we see an attack right now going on against infrastructure. I can't go to a person like you and tell you, because I'm civilly liable to the company I did that work for, whether it was 10 years ago or last year.
Yeah.
So there's a disconnect there. There's, in the federal government, there's a Whistleblower Act, even though people get stomped on all the time when they use it, right?
Yeah, right.
There needs to be a similar kind of a problem when you have discovered something that affects national infrastructure, yet you're unable, because of this civil liability problem, to disclose that to someone who could actually do something about it.
Yeah. So in many of the laws around cybersecurity and critical infrastructure protection, the issue of how to draw lines of liability protection comes up all the time, right? So what are the safeguards that people have for sharing information? Right now, I don't know of anything that would cover someone within a company, right, disclosing that information. They're contractually bound by that to some degree.
Well, I do work now for the DoD, and the DoD is very responsible about if you find something, they will find the money to fix it.
Yeah.
In the end, they can tax us all and they have the money, right?
Right.
But in a commercial enterprise, I don't care how big that enterprise is, they're driven by budget. And so if I don't have budget to fix the thing that you found, I'm basically not going to fix it this year, maybe not next year, maybe not until the third year.
Yeah.
And that thing, that festering sore, is sitting there,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So that's I think, a very large problem, and I see these problems in water districts now that are happening, and water districts are very much that way, right? They're a government entity with a fixed budget, and they can't change it.
Yeah, this is why I keep coming back to maybe greater use of compulsory authority is necessary.
Well, or even block research grants, that if something is discovered that it could be fixed, that you'd have a partner. We bailed out GM, right?
Uh-huh.
You have a partner who says, yes, I will help you fix this. The British government just had to do that with Jaguar, right?
Yeah.
They had to bail out Jaguar because they were going under.
Right.
But it's a similar kind of a thing. You have to fix the problem, or you turn off the water for Los Angeles.
Right. And particularly when you're talking about something like water, the argument I've had with colleagues about regulation is, what we regulate? We regulate things we care about, because they can't fail. And so, I think there are places where we understand we've got to use coercive authority to make sure that there's a safety net. So, again, it's great having an opinion. This is wonderful. Yeah.
In the wake of your retirement, do you anticipate the Department of Justice maintaining its appetite for outreach efforts, or is that still not clear?
I'm sorry, an appetite for...
In the wake of your retirement, do you anticipate the DOJ maintaining its outreach efforts, or is that presently unclear?
That's the goal. I mean, there was someone who was who took over my position as head of the cybersecurity unit. So we hope that there is structurally and institutionally a channel that will be built into this exchange, right? So, so yes, one hopes, and I will try to make that so as well.
I think you know you're my hero, but what superhero do you most identify with and why?
So, Josh, the answer to that is, I think perhaps the Vision. In part because I think he is often a misunderstood character who moves in his own circle and does not really have a community that he is firmly affixed to. I don't know. How about you? Well, I think I'm done. So thank you very much for your time and attention.
Thank you very much.
I'll see you around.
Ladies and gentlemen,
thank you.
Bailey.
Welcome to the second half of day one, BsidesLV. Our presenter here is Jay Sharma, who will be presenting Ghost Records, Killing a Vulnerability Class at Enterprise Scale.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jay, and I'll be presenting today the Ghost record. A small note before we start the presentation. So this is an independent research and does not represent any specific organization or any case study. Right. So today I'm going to be putting some light on the vulnerability class, which is sitting idle in a lot of the enterprises. And frankly, it's very trivial to easily create, and it's shockingly very easy to exploit. And we are talking about the dangling DNS records in AWS. All right, before I get started with it, a bit of introduction, who we are. As you can see, we have 3 people over here. So 2 of them are my co-presenter. Unfortunately, they are not here, Tom and Akhil. I'll start with my introduction. I am Jay Kumar Sharma, Jay for short. I'm a principal offensive security engineer at GoDaddy. Been doing cloud pen testing and AI red teaming from the last 10 years and so. I mean, combined 10 years of OffSec experience I have. And then my co-presenter, Thomas McCarthy. He's a director in offensive security leader and BISO at GoDaddy. He has 15 plus years of building red teams from scratch and handling the pen testing engagements. And then we have Akhil Sharma. He's a founder of Armor AI. It's an OffSec security tooling platform, and he teach tech on YouTube. All right. So the agenda goes like this. I'll be giving you the entire summary that what the problem is, and once I explain the problem statement, then I'll explain you to the attack anatomy, how attackers or external researchers are able to identify dangling DNS records and are able to create POCs, and how the attacker side looks like. Then probably I'll share some of the learnings that we have observed across the industry, and then I'll delve into some of the detection approach that we have developed. It's followed by an open source script that you can use and start using and identifying dangling DNS in your enterprises. This is where I'll be giving a lab demo here, and then we'll talk more about the defense playbook and then the roadmap ahead. One more thing, so everything is drawn from the patterns that we have observed with different organizations. So again, this is not a case study on a specific organization. All right, let me first define the thing. So a dangling DNS record is a live DNS record which actually points to a cloud resource which your company or your organization does not own. This is the dangling DNS record in short. So addressing the elephant in the room, so 95% of the reports that an organization is seeing is noise. It's reported rapidly, and most of the time this is 3rd and 4th level of subdomains, which is not even close to production environment. These are the staging and non-prod environment running, and having rapid development and being flagged as subdomain takeoverable assets. So now the main thing is identifying the 5% out of that. So these 5% poses catastrophic impact. Mainly, these are the subdomains which are tied to the main line of business, which can cause impact to the organization or brand reputation. So moving this, the thing is, out of this entire scenario, we also cannot ignore the 95% of the issues. So these 95% issues we also have to address. So this is where our approach and solution comes in handy. And telling the 5% out of it is the main game. So when I say that 5% could be catastrophic in terms of impact, what an attacker actually buys from that 5%. So assume that someone is controlling your subdomain. What what impact they can create on your brand or your organization. So for some of the scenarios, they can start capturing your session cookie theft. So they can also be able to capture the session tokens which tie to the root level domains and use as wildcard for all the subdomains. So let's say if you're controlling one of the subdomain, it is easier to obtain those session tokens for any of the production environment. Second, most of the identity provider are utilizing root level domain validation. So they only validate that is your root level domain is originating from that particular domain, and they don't consider checks on the subdomains as well. So if you're controlling one of the subdomain, you can also spoof the OAuth and mint the tokens there. Then last but not the least, it can also be used to create real looking phishing pages, which can be used to drive phishing campaigns and lure victims to click and submit their sensitive details, and ultimately hurting the brand reputation. All right, so let's put your hacker hats on for a moment. So let's understand that how external attackers or external researchers who are submitting bug bounties are able to identify dangling domains and ultimately creating a POC for subdomain takeovers, right? So starting from Recon, so what researchers are doing, they are collecting all the subdomains for a specific domain. Now, once they have all the subdomains, they can use CT logs, or they can also use the DNS brute forcing mechanism. So once they have all these details, what next they can do is they can then try to identify the A records mapped to these subdomains. Now, once you have all these details, subdomains plus the A records which are not live anymore, the next thing the attacker or researcher can do is to claim these A records. These A records are nothing but the AWS EIPs. Now, this is not a AWS vulnerability, but this is how it is provided by AWS, that once you create a resource, you can attach it to a EIP. So EIPs are allocated from the public pool from AWS, and once you have a EIP allocated which is released in the public pool and it is tied to any of the subdomain which the researcher has identified, they can start serving their own content to it. So whenever someone is visiting to that subdomain, the content that you have tied that EIP to it, it will publish that detail, right? And this is the pivotal point of chaining the exploit there. All right, so these are some learnings from the field. We have been here in this field for a while, and this is coming from the actual pain points that we have observed across different organizations which have a very big digital footprint across the internet. So the first problem is the scale of this problem. In AWS, there could be hundreds of AWS accounts across an organization, and these hundreds of AWS accounts can have thousands of hosted zones. Hosted zones are nothing but the domains that has been signed up using AWS. So within these hosted zones, you have DNS records. Now, you can create multiple subdomains in these hosted zones, and each subdomain can have their own A record. A record is what you are pointing through a EIP. So you have A record, then you have EIP, then you can tie it to a AWS resource and then assign it back to a subdomain. This is how it's supposed to be working, but since this entire thing is is on a very large scale, so it is very, very, very frustrating for organizations to keep up with that. Next up, when there are large scale organizations are working on the rapid development models, they try to leverage the IAC tear down scripts whenever they are finished doing the development and any of the testing activities. So the thing is, once IAC tears down happens, it only tears down the EIPs, because EIPs is what AWS is charging you for. So let's say if you have 10 Elastic EIPs, so AWS is going to charge you for those allocation for those EIPs. Now, that is the need of tearing down the EIPs, but no one looks at the Route 53 records or the hosted zone records. So it left behind, and that makes them dangling. And third point is the attribution. So in larger organization, not a single entity or single team owns the entire DNS. There are a lot of AWS accounts and no one knows that who owns what. So there is a gap of routing the exact issue. At times, teams identify the issue, the root cause, but they lack identifying the correct team to resolve the issue. So that's also a very big problem in terms of rapid resolving. And now the fourth point, this is what is coming in from the external side of the things. So let's say there is an IAC script ran by a cleanup operation, and that released like hundreds of EIPs, which are tied to hundreds of hosted zones DNS records. Now, all of a sudden, 100 EIPs become dangling. Now, like in the previous slide that I explained, that how external researchers can claim these EIPs by releasing and identifying and capturing until you actually get the exact EIP that you are looking for. They'll identify these release EIPs in a very short time, and they'll report it as soon as they identify, right? So the report flood is real with that. So as soon as the EIPs are released and are in the public claimable pool of AWS, those can be claimable. And this is what we have seen in a lot of the bug bounty reports through the external hackers reporting that. And on top of that, there are 3 pointers that I would like to emphasize on. We do want to make good relations with the researchers who are helping us with keeping up the security of the organization. Now, we want to maintain the relations. However, they are using their automation to identifying and reporting the vulnerable subdomains which are takeoverable. However, we cannot go ahead and address those issues because it might come from that 95% which we originally discussed, right? So that 95% originally is a noise. Now, we still want to treat it, we still want to fix it, but it has zero impact for that matter. We are looking for that 5%. So it is at times harder to explain the researcher that why particular subdomain takeover issue is not valuable for us or would not be paid for bounty, right? Then the next problem which we have seen throughout the organization is to ownership routing. Again, bigger teams have a lot of development going on. They are using IAC script to tear down and tear up, building the infrastructure from the scratch. So they are doing rapid development. So there is no specific route that one should follow to address the risk. And top of that, it's just not the issue, not just the cost, right? So ultimately, let's say if your main line of business subdomain is takeover, let's say carrier.xyz.com. So in that case, it might hurt your brand also. So it's just not about the cost, but also the brand reputation in the market. So this is the entire problem statement that we have observed across different organizations, talked to a lot of the friends and people in the community, and then we understood that the problem is real. It's not isolated for a specific organization. So then what was the next approach is to solve this problem in the easiest way possible. Since this is very easy to understand that how it is happening, so the solution is much more easier to implement on the larger scale. So what we have done is we have created 4 phases by which we are trying to eliminate this issue of dangling DNS. So first, we are discovering all the DNS records within the all hosted zones in multiple AWS accounts. So we are gathering all the DNS records one organization owns across different AWS accounts. We are keeping it somewhere, and then we are resolving all the A records being pointed to EIPs, right? So we have the pointed A records from there. Now we have created this inventory. Next is to see out of that A records, how many of the A records are actually the EIP those AWS accounts own actually, right? So this is also easy for us to gather since we can use simple AWS API calls to fetch the EIPs allocated across different regions, different AWS accounts. So now we have just to identify the delta out of it. So whatever is the delta out of these 2 inventories is the dangling DNS records. So it's simple as that. So we have created a script, which I'll be showing a demo in a bit. So how we have done it, we are we have created timeout calls within it. You can save the raw request. It can traverse across all the regions. You can specify specific regions as well to scan for, and it also supports parallelism, and you can run it across different AWS accounts. You can create different AWS profiles, and then you can just supply the profiles, right? And this is only read only. So you don't have to provide any special permission to this script or this approach that we are presenting. So it's entirely read only, no exploitation whatsoever. So what does this script in returns gives you, or gives the users? So it provides you 3 verdicts. One verdict is the safe verdict that says matched. It's the point. It's the data source which says that, hey, this DNS records point to an A record, and it is within any of your AWS accounts. So this is safe situation. I'll talk about the dangling one. So it is the opposite of what is matched. So your DNS record points to an A record, which is nowhere to find in your EIPs, allocated EIPs. That is, it is claimable in the AWS pool. So if today someone else started try to identify automation while claiming and releasing and until identify a specific set of IP, that is possible. It happens, and it only costs you like 50 cents. So the cost of doing all of that automation comes around like 50 cents. It is not an expensive attack to perform or expensive research to perform. It all comes down to 50 cents only. Now, so these are the 2 main verdicts, and there is one more verdict where it says at risk. So these are the EIPs which are not tied to any resource. These are not tied to any of the cloud resource. What that means is, maybe not today, but tomorrow, if there is any IAC script being run, or if there is any engagement being run to reduce the cost of certain AWS accounts, these are the EIPs that are going to get hammered. So one step away from getting dangling, but these are some at-risk EIPs that one organization should account for. All right. So this explains more on the what we are matching, and these are the matched one, are the safe one, and the dangling one that I explained. So at risk are the EIPs which none of the automation or people tend to forget about that. But that is also something that we have seen across different organizations that one should consider about. All right, so this brings me to the fun part of the demo. I'll be presenting the demo that how this script looks like and how vulnerable configuration looks like on AWS. All right. So, as you can see on your screen, I have this AWS account, and we have some hosted zones created like any other organization. So, as you can see, these are 2 hosted zones, and if I click any of the hosted zone, I'll be seeing the DNS records created for it. So it says 7 records, and this is where we can mention our subdomains. So let's say I have created 5 subdomains. It goes by sub 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and you can see most of them are pointing to an A record, and this is the value of those A record. Ideally, what happens here is, so this A record is what your EIP should be. And let me show you the EIP resources here. So these are 2 of the EIPs that I have prepared. So either of them is being tied to either of these subdomains like this. And sometimes you can also see that there are a type of linking that is done through CNAMing. So CNAME is nothing but this can be used to map to a specific subdomain. So let's say what happens is we can also map it to a subdomain which could be a subdomain of the same DNS record. like this. And ultimately, this sub3 is ultimately mapped to a record, which is again flagged, which is again mapped to a EIP, right? So this is the configuration that is a vulnerable configuration, and yeah. So now let me show you how our script works. Okay. All right, so I have already configured my AWS profile. So I'm just gonna be using the CLI to run the script. Okay, so before that, I just wanna show you the options it has. Okay, so these are the supported options our script has. So it supports multiple profiles, it supports multiple regions, and it supports parallelism, and you can also generate verbose output as well, and the output can be saved in JSON as well. Okay, and then the example that how you can run it. Okay. Okay, so I have already configured the regions. Some of the region I have created the hosted zones. So if you don't provide the regions, it would automatically scans for all the regions, right? Let's run it. See, it basically fetches the details from the AWS API, and it started fetching the hosted zones across the different regions. It identified the 2 hosted zones that I just showed you. And you can see this actually finds some of the findings. So it identified a specific subdomain 3, as you can see on the screen. It's pointing to an A record, which ultimately pointing to an unowned EIP. That's the dangling IP address. So let's say if tomorrow any one of you goes to the AWS console and try looking for allocating an EIP, you might get this elastic IP associated to it. Now the moment you start mapping this EIP to any of the cloud resource, this subdomain will start hosting that content. Hence, subdomain takeover. So one of the interesting part here I would like to show you is, remember when subdomain 2 was pointing to a CNAME, which was for sub3. So our script also detect that ultimate resolving EIP. In this case, it also identified that dangling domain. And the at-risk ideal EIPs, which are actually owned by you, but these EIPs are not tied to any of the AWS resource. That's why these are marked as at-risk ideal EIPs. These are just one click away from being dangling. And you can see the detailed report. It generates a report in this format. You can see the reports. It covers what was tested, and it also supports JSON output as well. Let me actually show you how the report looks like. So this is the .md file report that it generates. So it shows all the details, that how many accounts were scanned, how many regions were scanned. We explicitly mentioned 3 regions we want to scan for the demo purpose. And then how many EIPs were inventorized across all the regions, all the AWS account, if you have provided that details, and how many AWS DNS records that it has evaluated, and how many CNAME records it has evaluated, and all those details. And it details out all the dangling records, that, hey, this is the record name which is dangling, and target IP which is associated to it, and then the zone and the account associated with it, and all the details like the AR and whatnot. So this is helpful in identifying and mapping that who owns this particular record and who should the remediation goes to. And in the end, we also mentioned the remediation. So if you may ask that what is the remediation to it, it's very easy. Just update or remove that A record from the hosted zone. That's it. That's the only remediation. All right. Back to the presentation. As of today, we have made this. As of today, we have made this tool open source, so it can be found in the GitHub. I'll link the GitHub link towards the end of the slide. Right. Okay, so let me just quickly talk about the defense playbook, how enterprises can start implementing this, and not only this, how they can implement it on the shift left as well, right? So how they can go about automating it completely, even so that they can also auto remediate that to an extent. So first is you can use this ghost record script to detect it on the large scale, scan it. It's not exploitable. It doesn't require any write permissions or whatsoever. It's just only read only, right? And then feed that data to SIM or any detection platform that your organizations are using for monitoring such kind of activities, right? And then when we talk about the IAC tiering script, so not only focus on the EIP trim down, but also focus on removing the dangling DNS records, which often missed out because of the very obvious reason, because AWS charges you for having EIPs, but it doesn't charge you for having multiple DNS records. So that's why people often forget to clean up the DNS records, right? So that's the main reason that we have seen. And then auto remediation. Teams can also opt for auto remediation. So let's say, for example, let's say if some dangling domain is being identified for more than like 3, 5, or 7 days, you can create a policy that after 7 days, that automation can kick off and then just remove the DNS record, which is being flagged as dangling, right? So this is the this could be customized as per your own organization's policies, but this is a general recommendation that can be obtained for. And some other things, the roadmap beyond the Elastic EIPs. So a couple of you might be wondering that, hey, we have seen allocation of IP addresses, not just on the EIP, but somewhere else as well. So you can also see that something that your DNS records are pointing using CNAMEs. So there are some of the tools like Can I Take Over XYZ? These are the open source tool that is available in the open source world from a long time, which basically helps you to actually check something is subdomain takeoverable or not. So you just have to look for the CNAME which is pointing to a specific maybe S3 bucket, and then you look for that particular S3 bucket and you get a specific error. So these kind of static detection can be built out from that responses. Then you can also, similar way you can expand on detecting the INS delegation or plus Amex takeovers, and then ultimately moving from AWS to GCP and Azure as well, and then continuous monitoring. So it's an open source tool. PRs are very welcome. You'll find the tool at github.com/ja1sh/ghost-records. All right, so with that, I think it comes down to an end. Any questions so far? I'll take the questions now. Yes, please. Sorry, I'll wait for the mic to be there.
Hello?
Yes.
Yeah. Hi, so I wanted to ask, so you mentioned so obviously the talk was about elastic IPs and DNS records that are hanging and pointing at elastic IPs. In practice, how does an attacker get hold of the elastic IP that they are targeting? Because don't they get assigned randomly?
Yeah, that's a good question. And Yeah, so AWS assigns EIP randomly. So how attackers and researchers are claiming a specific EIP is to form an automation which basically checks the ultimate claimed IP with the desired IP. So it claims release until it identified the specific EIP from that pool which is released.
Thank you. And does AWS not have any rate limiting to slow that down?
No, as of now, there are no rate limitations from the AWS side. It's not an AWS vulnerability, but this is how this this misconfigurations, formed in such a way that maybe tomorrow, if AWS decided, they can provide a cooldown period that ultimately kills this vulnerability at scale. But for now, this is not there.
Okay, so it's relatively fast. You can
Yes.
cycle through them. Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Any additional questions?
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jay. All right, welcome back. Our next speaker is Priyak Nigam, who will be speaking on open relays in 2026, red team initial access vectors. Please welcome Priyak.
What do I connect for clicker? Is it a dongle? Oh. Yeah, there you go. Okay. All right, I guess we'll get started without the clicker.
Terribly sorry, but since we've already had a delay, before we go any further, you made an outrageous speaker request for a B-Sides coffee mug.
Oh, did I? Awesome.
And we're going to throw in a bucket hat for you, just for the heck of it. So thank
Awesome.
you so much for being a speaker.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
And good luck with the rest of the tech. Computers
Awesome.
are hard.
Yeah, clicker, right? A MacBook. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Awesome. Welcome to this talk. I'm going to talk about open relays in 2026 and how you can game up your red teaming initial access vectors for an attachment-free phishing. You want to land that phishing email, but you don't want to deal with ADR, you don't want to deal with Defender and all these on cloud and on-prem products, which are going to like make your lives very harder to actually land the email in the inbox, because that's like the first step, right? So cloud workflows are becoming more and more trusted, and we're going to exploit those. I'm going to walk you through like four case studies where I was able to do that, and what defenders can do about it. So before that, who am I? I'm currently at Microsoft Security Engineering. We partner with engineering to embed security by default through policy, tooling, reviews, pen testing, and help prevent vulnerabilities at scale, basically. Before that, these are my research focus. I pretty much focus on everything. And now with AI, it's all intersectional, right? I'm a frequent speaker, and yeah, I love to present my findings. So here's what the agenda look like. We're going to cover like exploitation of cross-tenant cloud workflows with a aim to have your email land on an arbitrary email address, right? We want to weaponize that for initial access. We want to have that attachment free as much as possible. You can use bad links, malicious link, but you want it to land basically, right? And then we're going to end up with defensive guidance on securing these pipelines. So before that, for a few folks here, what are open relays? It used to be a mail server which basically trusts everyone all on the internet, and it would basically help you, send from any email address to any email address, right? So this was like in the 1990s, 2000s, and we thought we had pretty much killed that in the past. And this used to be a spammer's best friend, but today, I mean, a spammer might, get a good deal out of it, but think of it as an overeager intern who forwards on behalf of emails, right? So the thing is like now, because of the cloud infrastructure, these attacks are still back. It's just a nicer UI, and you can just have your trusted cloud provider's return address here. I'm going to be focusing more on Microsoft Azure, but this is pretty much applicable across all cloud providers, and you can just get that. So with the first one, we're going to target email clients and see how your email actually renders. And this is more of an example of an HTML injection vulnerability which I found. So before that, if we want to narrow down on how we want to target the email client versus email protocol, you're thinking like on a protocol level, you're attacking the SMTP layer, like think header injection and null and special characters injection and stuff like that, right? You want to poison the email headers. But here, if you want to just target the client, it's much more easier to do that. And I'm going to step ahead in a second. Basically, with today, you have like a more of a rich rendering surface of thick clients, because those are mostly based on WebView or Electron. And under the hood, they are basically Chromium-based rendering engines. They have full support for HTML, CSS, inline resources, and they basically act like a glorified web browser at this point with a few caveats. But that's what we are dealing with. They do have some sandbox attributes and stuff like that. But this is what we are dealing with. And threat actors love these because your HTML injected payload is going to reliably rendered, basically. Why? Because whatever you put in, the email client is smart enough to render that all in a really nicer UI on the email client. So this is, and CSS, as we all know, it's pretty notorious because everyone has tried sometime in their life, pre-AI life, where you're trying to position something, and CSS always messes up in multiple browsers. Today you have Chromium, like 99% of browsers are running Chromium. So it can help hide trusted content and reposition your attacker injected payload and stuff like that. So we're going to walk you through that. The only good difference between thick and web-based client is web-based client a little bit more secure in the sense that they have a browser sandbox and have a stronger isolation with native APIs, whereas thick clients, which are desktop-based clients, they have native parsing and they also have permissive legacy behavior. On the negative side, it has like inconsistent HTML, CSS based rendering, but whereas your web-based client is going to render that very reliably. So these are the assumptions defenders make, and they are totally incorrect. Like JavaScript is disabled. So for example, all your thick clients, which is like Outlook and Thunderbird and everything, disables JavaScript by default. We are safe, but that doesn't work. Email filtering can catch it, or client warnings, which you have like on several cloud-based services, which will like tag things as external or tag things like, hey, this is the first time you're interacting with someone. You think those are helpful, but we're going to bypass all of that. The problem is that we're going to exploit before these filters and when these trusted workflows actually start executing. So for an example, would you trust this email? Take a good look at this. The basic stuff, does this have a laser? Yeah. So you have been trained to look at all the fields, like the sender, it looks pretty much legit. You see any external tagging? Nope. You see any warnings? Nope. You see all the the branding and everything? Nope. Do you even think like what part of this email is controlled by the attacker? We're going to walk through that. So there was like this HTML API, this is the stub payload we are working with. This is basically an HTTP request where you could basically share I think it was like a M365 app with another user, and you could specify that with a cross-tenant user here. So this is an arbitrary email here, and in this email customizations flow, you could pretty much put in anything over here, right? So this is what we're working with, and we're going to see what limitations we faced. So to begin with, it blocked me with saying that only 200 characters are allowed. So you just cannot be like, I'm sending a huge HTML payload and say that, okay, I'm going to render anything over there. So that was like the first roadblock. However, as we all know, we are security engineers. You're not going to let it go, right? You don't believe this error message. Turns out the limit was actually more of like 500 characters. So we now basically increased our input payload length, and now we have like a small win to work with. So here's the back and forth we go with. We try to send a normal test. Okay, so this is legitimate. You can't control this. You can't control this. You can't control this. This is the only thing you're controlling. All right, this is a very small test. All right, does it render? Okay, yes. Okay, we are happy here. All right, cool. Let's try to do HTML encoded text. Does it work? Oh, not really. You're not happy. All right. Go next. Think about HTML tags. What about break lines? Works. What about hrefs? Works. What about h1? Works. What about simple links? Works. You're happy, right? All right. What about iframes? What happened here? Nothing. We're not happy, right? Nope. What about, now we know href already works. So what can we link here? So can we link like HTTP request, which is like unencrypted? Can we link other types of URIs here? Turns out none of those work, but only HTTP worked, in the sense that you're now coming from you're crossing trust boundaries, but this is not a huge attack, because even if it's an HTTP unencrypted request, your browser will still kind of not send all the authentication tokens in the first request. I think it will just try to upgrade that. So this is a small win, but not really a win. Let's try with other protocols like FTP file or anything else. It gets truncated, so that didn't work either. What about CSS? As I said, we are targeting the email client, web-based as well as thick client, and it totally works. Look at the button here. It looks amazing here. Like now we are matching the font and the design of the email, which is already originating. So this is getting more trustworthy here at this point. What about positioning? So I tried to position it in the center, and I had a lot of other bunch stuff which got truncated. But this works, so I'm happy that CSS is now reliably rendering here. Turns out there are like a lot of allow listed domains for iframe. Remember, iframe did not actually work. Everything got truncated. However, there was like this content security policy, which we are aware of. What it does is basically it disallows active content from certain domains. So your Chromium Web Engine trusts that. So if it says like, okay, this CSS is being loaded from Mauritius.com, you just block it, right? So iframe can also point to any arbitrary domain, and that would be blocked. However, something happened over here. I tried to push in an iframe, sorry, and it actually I used an allow listed domain. So one of the allow listed domain was pretty broad. It was like a wildcard on SharePoint.com. And as you all know, you can actually host untrusted content or malicious content on any device. It's basically like drive.google.com or drive.onedrive.com. It's pretty bad, but that's what we had. So, however, look at this. What happened here is some of the email got truncated at this point. What happened was we got rid of this ribbon, which was not attacker controlled. However, we were able to get rid of it. Why? I have the payload in the next one, sorry. So basically, this was like the final email which we added with the HTML, CSS, and truncate the server control text. And now we have like a pretty legitimate email, which is coming from a very trusted service principal on Microsoft Cloud. And this is going to land on any arbitrary email you specify. What are the chances that someone is going to click it? Pretty high, right? So this was the final payload. What happened was I was able to put in all the email customizations with the paragraph, the styling, and as you can see, this is all the CSS here, and you can see this is from DevTools and Chrome, and you can see like everything is being reliably rendered. Like the padding is 10 point, 20 point, with the background color, decoration, everything is being reliably rendered. And remember the thing which truncated the lower footer of the email? I made a blunder, and this is what pen testing is all about, right? I made a blunder where I opened up an iframe. I tried pointing it to a source. So this is just a an Office API which helps you render a docx or a PPTX or anything within a document. And notice that I actually failed to close out a quote here. So what happened, but I closed the iframe one and I just left it over there. What happened was the browser was expecting that the source would complete over there and the iframe is not reliably rendered, which made sure that the whole of the attacker, the email body, which was coming after this payload, got truncated. It was a happenstance. I did not expect it, but things happen like this. So I got what I wanted, which is like crazy. So you should always try all of these tricks before giving up and with the final payload and stuff like that. So yeah, the fix was fairly simple. I mean, obviously they just started blocking every HTML character in there, and you can't just do anything over there. So that was fixed. But this is a pattern I want you to take away and try it on any cloud-based workflows basically. With that, we're going to move to second one, where you have like a cross-tenant trusted sender abuse. It's a variation of it, but we used a different vulnerability here. So in this case, there was like this cloud app which was sending email on behalf of a privileged service principal. However, it did not actually validate that the recipient is in the same tenant, which means that you could have someone in like google.com send an email on behalf of a Google service principal to someone in amazon.com. So that was like one vulnerability which we exploited. And the kicker is that in this case, the subject and the full HTML body are attacker controlled, which is like literally you could control the subject, you could control everything from top to bottom on this one. And then what happens is like no impersonation or spoofing defenses are going to engage at a client level. So your Outlook or your Thunderbird or your iOS client app is not going to detect this because it's coming from a very trusted sender email. So yeah, this was basically like you're again sharing the project with collaborators. This is very application specific. What it would do is that the sender would appear as no reply at the appname.microsoft.com. And the recipient is supplied as a directory, a object ID, which is like Entra's object ID, which is like very easy to guess because a directory, everyone has a directory.read.all permission in an Entra ID tenant. So in this case, there was like two things, which was like missing server-side tenant validation. They didn't really validate whether the originating tenant and the sender, the tenant where the email would end up was in the same domain. And the attacker controlled content, which was by design. They wanted that. The HTML thing was by design. It was a feature, not a bug. But they're giving like full control over the content of an email body to the attacker or whoever is using this API. So yeah, so the way this worked in practice is like you could provision your own tenant, which is very easy to do that. You could sign up for a trial or anything, and you can create a project and then invoke that particular feature, and then use that as a supplier or victim email in a different tenant. Manipulate whatever you want to with the subject and email. This was very easy, as you can tell, and the mail was delivered from this sender email ID, which is going to land in the inbox as a trusted sender, which is fairly common. You can do that. So yeah, as we said, like Defender for Office, Sender Policy Framework, DKIM, DMARC, all of these are useless at this point. There's no malicious attachment, so it is going to avoid the attachment-based detection. It's like a near guaranteed inbox placement at this point. Yeah, this is just how the payload looked like with the email on the victim, and then the custom message was basically pretty much anything you wanted, and there was no length limitations or anything. So yeah, the fix is obviously to validate the tenant email ID and to verify that both the email or tenant are in the same host tenant. and reject or block any recipient which resolves outside of that tenant. And obviously, you double think the use case of allowing HTML characters within an email. All right, so this is we're going to move on to another one where this is slightly different in the sense that we chained like 2 or 3 vulnerabilities. So we had this cloud workflow which was multi-tenant, and there was like this broken access control, which is basically like IDOR, and there was like missing validation on the JOT, which is like the audience and issuer claim. So we're going to walk through that. Excuse me. So there was an invoicing app, which would send, it would send email on behalf of a trusted service principal, and it was supposed to be internal only. However, we found out that because of the lack of validation on the tenant, which is like, so in Entra ID, any directory could actually, you can authenticate against any directory. So there's like 2 types basically. On enterprise, it's like login.microsoftonline.com, and on consumer accounts, it's I think it's live.office.com, right? So because this internal app also accepted any MSA account, which is like the consumer account, they can kind of force browse it and read sensitive internal records on this invoicing app. The record identifiers were fairly simple. They suffered from incremental identifiers, which is like a very classic case of IDORs. And then they would have like state changing actions and no authorization check on that invoicing check. So in this case, there was like this 2-step process to have your invoice approved. So one used to be from your manager, and the other one would be from the invoicing admins itself. So this would bypass the first step, which is like a great design. They had 2-step verification. So the second step was not bypassable. However, because even if we are working with the first step, we can inflict a lot of good damage. What would happen is, once you are able to originate the email on behalf of your manager, this is how the email would originate like. Like again, look at the markers of phishing here. I don't think any of these are, would ring a bell. Also, because the attacker already has a enumeration vulnerability on the app, it's like you are expecting such email because originating from this sender, right? And in this case, we just had like a very small amount of attacker-controlled email. We just had the reason field. The request ID was fairly predictable. It was like maybe like 10-digit or something, however incremental. And then we never knew the sender. We would never know. We just know the identifier, and we just know. So what can you do? Like this email is coming from a manager on behalf of a service principal. So what I did was basically, redirect them. That's the best step. Like redirect them to do something else and entice them to take any specific action which would, inflict further damage, right? So and that was actually an administration page. So what the attacker could do was basically go through, enumerate all the valid open requests for that invoicing application, and access all the internal FTEs and the supplier information basically. So this is the vulnerability which we are talking about. In any JOT, which is like after you authenticated with Entra ID or any SSO, you have these 3 fields which are very important. The issuer field is like which directory have you authenticated with. So as I said, for enterprise, you'll have like login.microsoftonline.com and / your tenant ID /v2, which is the issuer. The audience is like the expected app client ID, which is like who is actually consumer of this chart, right? And this much match this app, and sometimes it's not unchecked. It is unchecked. And this is the tenant ID, which is like where this what this token is meant for. Which tenant is it valid for? So in this case, the application was not validating the issuer and the audience, both of them. And that's the reason a consumer account could authenticate to an enterprise account and could get access to all of the data which they host. It's just that there was like this authorization vulnerability. So So this became from an internal only vector to an outside in vector, because you know, if you report such a vulnerability and they might say like, hey, this is only open to FTEs. So your IDAR or anything has lesser severity, but now you can prove that if you have such vulnerabilities with the lack of validation, you have like an outside in, which like nobody needs any specific information to exploit this. So so all multi-tenant apps within like any cloud provider are vulnerable to this. You should be validating all of these fields if you are relying on multi-tenant workflows. Your application should be doing that. So, for example, if the audience is not checked, you could have a token minted for different application, and you can accept that. If you're not validating the issue or a tenant ID, then you're actually making a trust decision based on these fields. So these are like the, as I mentioned, the three issues which we exploited. We changed it was basically broken access control for sequential IDs, and then you had missing authorization on other actions. For example, we could bypass step 1 of approval, which means that an email would originate from that particular application. So this is what it looked like. You could force browse to an administration endpoint using a valid session cookie for any consumer account, and then you could increment that the ID, which is like this parameter request, which is like request ID, and then there would be like a no full-time employee basically check. There's no server-side authorization. Cool. And last but not least, so this is like more of a general trend we have been observing, which is device code phishing, which is fairly new. And then so we're just going to discuss a few of our threat actor activity. We have been seeing that in the past, wherein you're kind of abusing this OAuth 2.0 flow to register a malicious application, and this thing doesn't require any malicious link or no password, and MFA is actually satisfied. So what is a device code flow? It's basically an authorization grant flow, and it's designed for input constrained devices like TV or any IoT device like printers and stuff like that. The device shows a code, and a human is now enticed to enter that on, it's like, I think it's called, device login, which is like Microsoft.com/device login. Once you do that, the application can now act on your behalf. You have authorized that app to act on your behalf. It's like a malicious OAuth app flow in Entra ID. So this is what it looks like. If you get an email or anything which so this is like a very legitimate domain, and you just have to enter the code. And usually you're going to see that an attacker would want to authorize, like let's say Azure CLI or Azure PowerShell or stuff like that to act on their behalf. What it would do is like the flow is basically it would post to the device code, which is this page. A human opens up their URL, which signs in with whatever that is, like MFA or password or anything which the tenant is configured for. And the IDP would send to the device the access token, refresh token, and all the tokens, which means that the attacker only has to poll this particular endpoint for token, and it would be like pending until the victim user actually authenticates with the flow. So in this case, the attacker starts the flow and socially engineers the victim to enter that user code on Microsoft.com/device login. The victim authenticates normally, and every claim on that chart is satisfied, like MFA and audience. And the attacker is basically just polling that token continuously to capture the token there. And once you get that, they have persistent access in the sense that the refresh tokens are completely, they can request refresh token every 24 hours, and they can now interact with, let's say, Graph API for pretty much everything. This is just a better diagram of what we went through. So in this case, there's no malicious artifact. MFA is completely bypassed, and there are like no good sign-in logs as well. Like the sign-in log will just show that, hey, you just signed in as a normal entity within this. There's like this one hiccup. It's only like 15 minutes. The device code which is generated is only valid for 15 minutes. So the dynamic phishing, that's a new problem. And we have seen attackers there are Russian threat actors who have been having like a very dynamic web page where they would actually wait for the victim to engage in real time. And you must have seen this in your SMS-based phishing as well. Like, hey, when you're ready, you start enter this code on Microsoft.com/device login, and once you do that, you're like toast at that point. The phishing content never expires because it's like very real time, and threat actors have been using this. We have been observing that. What happens is like once you get that, you could have like a client ID. The attacker, once they attach their client application to your account, they could actually get to the primary refresh token by abusing something called as family of client ID, which is basically if you get a token for, let's say, PowerShell, you could kind of pivot into like M365 apps, which is like, for emails, for Power Apps, for attachments in OneDrive and stuff like that. So, and Office and Teams and stuff like that, they are all related. So even though the scope is for one application, in theory, in reality, you could actually do lateral movement for that user only. So these are the real world. I'm going to hurry up. Are we on time? Is it? Okay. The real world campaigns are, these are the threat actors which have been using this type of device code phishing. And basically, they're like impersonating prominent, relevant person, like a high-end official, and they're targeting government entities and stuff like that. And they move to encrypted chat to deliver their payload, like Signal, WhatsApp, Element. And then, they're doing a bunch of TTPs to have like regionally appropriate content in there. With that, we're going to breeze through some of the detections. You might want to log in like these device login and device auth URLs. From a defender point of view, you see that you want to watch like any new device registration for any new devices, and where you have like close in time to token activity. Basically, you see a very fast movement from one client ID to other client ID to the primary token, basically. Or a more simple thing would be like to just basically block this device code flow via conditional access at all. But however, in most tenants you have seen, they allow that by default because they do have a business need for that. You might want to prefer like phishing resistant MFA and avoid telephony MFA, which is like SMS based or telephone based MFA, and like obviously some user education is going to help. With legitimate app doesn't ask you to enter a code or something. All right, so takeaways. All of these were responsibly disclosed and everything. However, these patterns are not unique. You're going to find that in your own enterprise whenever you go back. You see similar weaknesses exist in all multi-tenant flows, cloud workflows, which originate on emails on behalf of a highly trusted service principal. For the HTML injection and other templating-based attacks, you might want to harden the email templating on your pipelines and your CI/CD pipelines as well. You might want to validate sender domains and ensure that your web service cannot be hijacked and basically be acting as open relays over the internet, right? You might want to go into detection as well and recognize behavioral signatures of these techniques. And now with AI-based defenses, this is becoming more and more easy. Like you can actually probably see like what normal pattern looks like for these workflows versus what a malicious pattern would look like. These are the references which are publicly available. And with that, any questions? Yeah, so we start with enumerating all the applications. You want to repeat the question for the audience, please?
So question is, how are you identifying the SMTP endpoints to leverage, like were you using something like DirectSend to leverage an MX endpoint, or were you identifying apps that had some sort of SMTP on the stack where you were essentially leveraging that?
We are not targeting SMTP at all. This is all HTTP. So we are targeting the cloud applications which have that kind of ability. So DirectSend is one of them.
Okay.
However, DirectSend is not that easy to exploit because it will send on behalf of your user. This is more of like cloud-based apps which are sending on behalf of something.
Okay.
So, like for example, invoicing app is like, we are coming from invoicing. They want you to know that it's coming from that sender.
Were you able to manage or to leverage like manage identities as well to do that kind of stuff, or like a service principal?
That's a good attack vector. So if the service is using managed identity under the hood, but it depends like when the email, how it is configured for email. So there's like this on behalf of flow versus actually using privileged identity to send that email.
Okay.
So it depends on that. Like so, managed identity, yes, in itself, that is not enough. Like you need to identify where that's under, how the application is configuring that. So.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Any other questions? Anybody else in the audience? All right. Well, please give Pikar a round of applause. Thank you so very much for presenting.
Almost 2 minutes left. So there is a mandatory like from 45 to next cost of okay, yeah, okay. I thought I had 45 plus 50. That's fine, it's totally fine. Yeah. No, I was almost done. I don't think I was. These people are. So this was not specific to cloud. This was it was an app that so they brought HTML basically what I do is just that so they wanted services. Yeah.
Hello guys, can you hear me? Okay, perfect. I would request everyone to just come a bit forward. Like, can we have the front rows occupied so that you can hear and see the slides well as. Okay. So everyone settle down. Today we have Ali Kabil with us. He's going to be speaking on the topic low severity, high impact the bugs that companies ignore. So I'll be handing over to Ali. He'll be taking over the session now. And before I begin, if you guys have any queries or questions, I'll be walking around with the mic. Just let me know and just raise your hand and I'll bring the mic to you. Thank you. Over to you, Ali.
Can you hear me well? Great. Hello, everyone, and welcome to this presentation. It's a pleasure to be here for the second year in a row. Our topic for today is about an underrepresented vulnerability class. And underrepresented because it's very high impact in the sense that it allows hackers to eat for free, to write for free, to get stuff for free, to get free shipping on the stuff that they get for free because who wants to pay shipping for free stuff anyway? And yet, due to the way that our severity matrix are constructed, those are usually labeled as low severity in this case. So without further ado, let's dive deep in. So my name is Ali, also known as Logic Breaker on some of the platforms. I'm security and privacy engineering lead at Bending Spoons, and I adore business logic vulnerabilities and breaking the business rules. And this presentation is one example of that. Throughout my career, I have found over 500 valid security vulnerabilities across bug bounty programs. I am also the HackerOne ambassador in the UAE. And finally, I have spoken in multiple conferences, including BSides, DEF CON, and Black Hat. So, business logic bugs. What are we talking about? We are really not talking about code vulnerabilities or vulnerabilities which, like cross-site scripting or stuff that happened in the code. We are talking about the type of vulnerabilities where everything works well, but it doesn't work as intended in this case. And the main issue with this is that business logic vulnerabilities are about rules that are not in the code, so they don't have a signature to scan. And that's why scanners, even sometimes AI-based scanners in this case, they miss this class of vulnerability altogether. Because the business context of every business is very different. For a scanner, an e-commerce website and a social media platform are identical in nature. While they are extremely different in their assumptions, in the risk model, in their privacy model, everything is different. So this piece is totally missing. Also chaining logical vulnerabilities. Some stuff on their own are very harmless. Actually, they are even leverage for getting more customers. But once you tip them over the edge, as we will see, they become very critical in nature. And finally, the line between bugs and features, which we keep fighting over with developers, which is we have a feature, but this feature, if not protected correctly, it can turn into a very nasty bug. Again, we will be seeing this in a second. Instead, we as hackers, we are really good in understanding what is not really intended. Like, do you really intend for me to get 10,000 free items? Do you really intend to me to be using your service for free? Probably not, but this is something that scanners usually miss. Again, the small stuff which are harmless in nature, we are really good into also chaining them into critical attack chains. And we also know that not just because the UI prevents you from doing something, it means that you can do it. I mean, eventually you can just use the APIs and you can bypass this system to go into an unallowed state. So here we are focusing on a particular type of business logic vulnerabilities, which is about value movement. And really, businesses exist to exchange value. You have something you want to sell, you want to exchange it for money, and this is all what the business is about at the end of the day. I mean, businesses are profit-making machines in this case. And whenever there is a transfer of value, there is a rule which says who pays. I sell you stuff, I get paid, and you get the stuff. You return the stuff, it is the inverse operation. So value movements happen in many places within the business. When you pay for stuff, you get the money and you send the stuff out. When there is a promotion, you might get stuff for free or for a reduced price, so there is also a value movement here. When you refer your friends to use a specific service, maybe you get some referral credit back. So again, there is an exchange of value between you and the business. And finally, if you don't like the service or the goods or whatever, you can return them and get your money back. So this is also a value transfer rule in this case. So the issue here is that those value transfer rules, if not encoded correctly, and we will see this in a second, they can cost companies millions in aggregate, yet due to the way that risk is articulated, they are usually labeled as low or informative. We don't fix them, specifically under bug bounty programs and VDPs. And you get either paid peanuts or you don't get paid anything at all. Like, I mean, peanuts is sometimes not even an option in this case. So before we start with the case studies, which are all based on real websites in this case, let's warm up with some exercise. So here we have a checkout flow, which is very typical in e-commerce websites. And this is the request. And it would be great if somebody can start pointing out what can go wrong with this request. What can potentially go wrong? Anyone want to take a guess? You will get the mic.
Oh, sorry. Oh, the user can make the price negative?
Okay, that's one. Great. Please. What about the quantity?
Increase the numbers to pay the same price.
Okay, nice. Anybody want to take another guess? Okay, race conditions. Nice. Any final guesses?
The coupon is fully user controlled and they can enter whatever they darn well please there.
Okay, nice. So we have got almost everything. So you can set your own price. It can be a negative price. It can be a low price. This might be an option. You can go negative on quantity or on price. I mean, we don't know what will happen, how the server will react. You can stack coupons, like why just 10% off when I can send it 10 times in the same request? Because maybe it deducts 10, 10, 10 until it's 0 or even 10%. And you can replay a coupon. It's called like welcome 10, but what about if it is not really welcome? I mean, I can use it multiple times to get the same discount. So now we are over and now we are going with the case studies. And the first case study is about a very famous ride-hailing application, which unfortunately will not be able to share their name upon the request. And we will be able to obtain unlimited free rides from this ride-hailing application. So here is the feature we want to abuse. If you are creating an event, you would like people to come to your event. And to incentivize them to come to your event, you will tell them, okay, you know what, the ride is on me. I will create a promo code. I will share with you the promo code, and I will pay for your rides. So everybody coming to my event, I will pay for them. But I will not have a cultured list of emails or customers I'm inviting. Instead, I will just share the promo code with everybody, and you can use it. The main issue is that if I know the promo code, I can ride on the host's basically cost in this case. So how it went with this ride-hailing application was as follows. You build a word list of common words like summer 10, welcome 12, whatever, you name it. And then you attempt to generate promo codes yourself. And promo codes are unique, of course, across the platform. So if I'm trying to generate a promo code called summer 10, and summer 10 exists, the website will tell me, hey, summer 10 already exists, so this is a promo code used by another person. And it will also very generously tell me the value of summer 10 is $100. So if you use summer 10, you get $100 worth of ride for free. So here is how it looks like in request format. You call the promo code generate. You send it, for example, I want to generate a promo code called summer. It returns, I'm sorry, code exists. I mean, you can create this code, and it's like $1,250. And we will see that this is not even the highest value we got. So this works because you can generate as many as you want. There is no rate limits. There is no composition of the promo code. They can be very user-friendly written, like they are not automatically generated. And whenever there is a collision, the system will very generously tell you there is a collision, and this is also the value that you will get by applying this promo code. Also with some restrictions, like if there is a promo code restriction on the area, it can return this as well. So we have tried this against 10,000 guesses, just the normal Burp Suite word list, nothing fancy, nothing AI generated, just the normal word list. From the 10,000 most common words, 500 plus were live, and the promo codes were worth over $1,000, some of them at least. We have even seen $2,000, even $5,000 dollars worth of rides in this case. So it was really good. Okay, we reported the issue, and what I got in return was nothing. They mentioned that this is a fraud scheme rather than a vulnerability, and because the bug bounty does not cover fraud scheme, I mean, I'm sorry, you don't get anything. You can write for free if you want, but you can get money from paying this. So now we have seen how you can write for free. So it might be good to write to a restaurant and then eat for free there as well, because I mean, that would be a good joint in this case. So in this attack scenario, we'll be seeing how you can abuse one of the most common flows that exist to also eat for free. And this works as follows. This is a feature, again, we want to abuse. It's a very simple feature. It's about loyalty programs in this case. So this food chain, what it used to do is you buy gift cards, and when you buy a gift card, you register it on an application, and you pay with it for everything. Like you pay $100, you put them on the application, and then every time you get a meal, basically, you get some points, and then you exchange the points for another meal at some point. So the idea is you pay $50 to get a card, you spend the $50, you get a free meal above your spending. So what you spent, you get it, and also you get the free meal. So how can we abuse this? The issue here is that the application only checks that $50 have been spent. There is no check on what they are spent on in this case. So what you can do is you can buy a gift card for $50, and then you register it on the application, and then you use the application to buy another gift card for $50, which is a purchase in its own sense. Like, I mean, the application sees this, that you have made a purchase, while really what you have done is that you have moved $50 from one card to the other, and you get points, you get the free meal, and you keep going into loops. You get a gift card, you register it on the application, you get another gift card, you get the points, you get a free meal, and you keep looping forever. During our testing, there was no rate limits that we have encountered in doing this. So we are able basically to eat, at least from our testing, without any limits. Want to take a guess how this land? Anyone? Okay, we got less than $1,000 because this was a low impact issue that doesn't have customer impact. Like, I mean, you can eat for free, that's fine, but since you don't hurt the customers, it's a low impact issue. Actually, at first it was an informative issue, and then after some discussions, they decided that it's worth fixing, so they decided to pay less than $1,000. Although the financial impact from a single person exploiting this once per day for a year was, if I recall correctly, something in the ballpark of 4K. So this is a very low abuse level, as they call it, that would have landed you much more than reporting the vulnerability. Now that we have write for free, eat for free, we need to do shopping, because who doesn't love this? So we also want to do it for free in this case. And this time, the feature we are after is what we call returnless refunds. If you ever shopped on any e-commerce website, you will find that there is a feature where if you buy small enough items, the items, and you want to return the items afterwards, they will tell you, you know what, you can keep the item, and we will refund you your money, because basically returning the item and the shipping cost surplus the value of the item that you are buying in this case. So why don't we abuse this at a scale in this case? So what we do is we order many items, and this specific website allows us to also return per item, not the whole value. So you don't need to return your whole order, you can return only specific items. So you order many items, all below the threshold of the returnless refund. And then what you do is that you keep refunding them one after the other without ever triggering the limit. So you refund item A, which is below the limit, you are fine, you refund item B, and it doesn't really matter if your order is $1,000 because every transaction is dealt with on its own without any limits. So here is how it looks like in terms of order. You call the refund endpoint and you say, I want to refund item A, okay, refund it, keep it. I want to refund item B, okay, it's fine, keep it. And then you do this, and if all the items are below the threshold, congratulations, you get all the items and you get your money back. The idea is every transaction is done in isolation from the other. It doesn't check whether you have refunded items before or not. It doesn't check if the total refund item is above the threshold or not. It deals with every transaction on its own merit in this case. So basically, again, you can get as many items that you want using this. You can get very expensive items though, but you can get a lot of items because I think the limit was very satisfactory, I think $20 or more. And effectively, you can get unlimited free items with the caveat that they need to be cheap items, which is fine. I mean, they are free after all. And we got paid nothing. Because again, it's a fraud, guys. I mean, fraud is not a bug. I mean, it hurts your bank account, but it's not a bug because it doesn't appear on CVSS. There is nothing called it hurts my bank account, so that's the issue. Now that we have got free items, let's also ship the items for free. And this time, we are targeting a very famous feature in e-commerce websites, which is order value. Like above a specific order value, you get shipping for free. But this specific e-commerce website, it also had another feature, which is you can edit the order within 24 hours. So, I mean, let's combine those two very harmless features into a single vulnerability. So you add the item you want. Let's say that you want an item which is $1, but you don't want to pay shipping for it. So you add the item which is $1, and then you add other items which you don't really want in this case. Let's say that the limit is $25, so you add items for $24 or more. And then you create your order. You get free shipping. The order is above the limit. Congratulations. But then you go right after, and you remove items worth of $24 and keep the $1 item. And guess what? On the edit order, they don't check whether the order limit is above or below the threshold. They just check that the order item was above the threshold when you created the order. So using this method, we were able to get free shipping even on 99-cent items multiple times. And here is how it looks like in terms of requests. You call the orders endpoint to create it. Let's say $62 above the threshold. So, okay, free shipping is true. And then you patch your order, so you change it. And basically, the subtotal is now $8, which is definitely below the threshold of free shipping. But you still get free shipping because the patch endpoint doesn't care. I mean, nobody checked this here. So it works basically because there is only a check on creation. And there is an edit feature which doesn't know whether the limit exists or not. So effectively, you can get unlimited free shipping on your items, even sub-dollar items. Like we got multiple times 99 cents item shipped for free. But we also got nothing because it's abuse, it's not a bug, it's fraud. I mean, we don't care. We have some maybe anti-fraud systems. Although, I mean, in our trials, we weren't hit by any anti-fraud system as far as our testing goes. So I mean, for us, it works really well. Now we go into our final case studies. And this case study targets something which is very famous in companies, which is employees getting stuff for free. So if you work for a SaaS company, for dog fooding purposes and also for you to use a service, you are always allowed to use it for free. So how this feature works is very simple. You are the vendor, let's say targetapp.com. Your employee will create an email, let's say one@targetapp.com, verify their email, and once they verify it, they get a free access to the service, the higher tier of the service in this case, for free, because they are your employee, so they don't pay in this case. And you only check that they have an email which is at targetapp.com, and they verify it. So, I mean, we are talking about verification, so what should we do? Actually, this is the easiest one of them all. You register with attacker@targetapp.com, which is an email that doesn't exist. You will find a very fancy screen telling you that you need to verify your email or you are not going to pass. You just ignore it and you force navigate to your home or dashboard or whatever, and it's verified. I mean, you don't really need to look into the screen. And once you go to home, all the features are open. There is nothing which protects anything. The verify is just a fancy UI screen, which you can just navigate away from, and that's it. And you get all features for free. So here is how it works. You sign up with attacker@targetapp.com. The application tells you, hey, you need to verify. You ignore it. You just go to your home directory, and your plan is premium. You have all the features. And this is not for a month. For example, it's not a free trial. It's basically a status that you get as long as you have the email in this case. And this was in a very major game engine. So, I mean, the subscription price was not negligible in this case. And we can get the premium features unlocked for free without paying anything. This time we got some money, but again, it's less than $1,000 because it doesn't impact the customers. So, I mean, if you don't impact the customers, it doesn't work well, even if it costs you a lot of money. So now we move to hopefully a playbook to help you reason about systems and how they work. Unfortunately, this type of vulnerabilities, and in general business logic, I mean, I can give you a checklist. They are not like cross-site scripting where I will tell you, like, you need to encode the input and decode the, I mean, it doesn't work this way. So basically, if you are after this specific class of vulnerability, which is targeting money-making flows, you need to follow the money. Every time the money moves, you need to understand where does the value move. Does it move from the vendor to the user or the other way around? Who is trusted to set this value? If the user can pass negative quantities or negative prices, as we mentioned before, do you even check the price at the server side, or is it just trusted that the user will respect your fancy UI and will not enter another price? Can you replay the flow to stack coupons, for example? And then once you find the money, you need to understand the rules that enforce the money. Like, what are your assumptions? Do you enforce those assumptions in your code, or are they just in your developers' heads? Can the client or the customer influence them? Like, do you have a specific trust level for your client? What happens when your assumptions are false? Like, you expect that the client is very well behaving, they will go into screen A, screen B, screen C. What happens if they just jump into C? Will we be in the case like the last case study we saw, in which you unlock everything for free? Do you fail open in this case? And then once you have your assumptions, once you understand what is there and what is not there, you can start by breaking the assumption that we saw. Like, can you change the price? Can you change the quantity? Can you order or reskip the steps? Can you replay the reward, the tokens, the coupons? Can you basically cause a race condition in which multiple coupons are sent in the same time? Can you negate or overflow the value? Like, I have seen this before. Sometimes negative values are not allowed, but very large values are. But very large values are inherently negative values if they overflow whatever integer or big integer or whatever you have. So sometimes it works this way as well. Once you are here, you are already got your vector working, but now you want to scale it. Like, can you do this by hand? Is there any kind of CAPTCHA protecting this endpoint? Can you automate it? Maybe you can automate it with AI and not with humans, or not with, pieces of code. What is the loss per run? Like, every time I exploited this, for example, meal issue, the company lost, let's say, $5. So every time I do this, there is $5. How hard it is to do it for me defines how much I can abuse against the company. And finally, and this is really a weird thing, usually people talk about rate limits in authentication endpoints, but really rate limits should be on anything. Like, can a human logically create 1,000 orders per day? I mean, can a human really do this? No, yet you allow them to do it. For no good reason, except that rate limits are only meant to be an authentication blocking mechanism. So we need to change this as well. And finally, when you think about the defense here, the golden rule is every value should be enforced at server side. Like, you can't have any expectation of data coming from the user because they are under the user control. Rate limits should apply on not just credits, refunds, and grants. They should apply on everything. Every single request should have rate limits, even for protection against denial of service in this case. Like, I mean, not even for business logic, but for more primitive stuff. An assumption which is not enforced is not really an assumption. It's just a delusion in your developer's head. So you need to enforce it. And finally, I would love to see more people owning the problem, like the abuse or not a customer impact or whatever. Eventually, it's money taken from your bank account. It's money that you lose. And if you are a very big company, maybe you can't quantify well how much this is abused against you, because even if it is $100,000, maybe it's not really visible in $1 billion company. So still, it's a lot of money that you are losing for no good reason. Finally, if you would like to grab the slides, you can scan the QR code. I promise it's not a malware. I will leave this slide, but then I would love to thank you all, and it's time for questions.
Any question, guys? Oh, there's one.
Hey there, great talk.
Thank you.
I'm curious because a lot of this seemed to boil down to essentially unsanitized input vulnerabilities server side. To what degree do you think that like fuzzers or other automated testers would be able to find this kind of stuff in pre-production, right?
Okay, that's actually a good one. Some of them can be found using fuzzers, as you mentioned, like for example, negative values or overflowed values, that's for sure. But some other stuff are not really possible to detect using fuzzers. Like for example, the case where you are moving from one card to the other, there is, I mean, all values are value respecting. It's just about the assumption that you make. Same for example, the last case where you assume that there is verification, but just by navigating to your home directory, you are verified. So some of them can be caught using fuzzers, but sorry, they are not nearly enough.
And then for a lot of these different types of attacks, it seems like at least at some point you have to put up some type of money at some point, you know, whether it's making a purchase or, you know, prepaying a card. So how do you go about, like, you know, do you buy like separate gift cards or have like a separate allotment for any type of money you put forward before testing these things? Because I assume that between fees and other incidentals that can happen, you may end up losing money just from the testing process of these different apps. So how do you kind of go about like quantify the cost and separating that?
So just to be sure that I understood the question correct, it's basically that many of those stuff you need to pay money, so you're asking about how to quantify it so that you don't lose money over testing. Is this a question?
Yeah.
Okay. So first of all, I mean, eventually you need to take some bets in the sense that if it costs you $50, but the company would usually pay thousands of dollars per vulnerability, you want to unlock those premium features to have a larger attack surface. Like, I mean, similar to any job, you need to spend money on the job to get money back. Some companies will also have some coupons or basically premium accounts given to researchers so that they can test those stuff for free. So many companies will also offer you some premium accounts so that you can test those stuff free of charge, specifically on private bug bounty programs where the number of researchers is manageable. Like, I mean, usually it's not on public ones. Any other questions? Doesn't seem to be the case. Okay, thank you everyone. It was a pleasure.
Thank you, Ali. We'll be starting with the next speaker soon, around 6. So in the meantime, you can have your refreshments, have freshen up, and we'll be starting by 6. Thank you.
This one. Okay.
Hello.
Okay. Well, as folks come into the room here for a minute, we're going to have a slow ramp up here. So, hello, I am Redbeard. I have worked for Red Hat now, at least on paper, for 15 years. But in the middle of that, I left and I helped launch a direct competitor and ate so much of their lunch that they had to acquire us to stop the bleeding. So, huzzah. Now I'm back at Red Hat and I work on RISC-V specifically. So I sit on the technical steering committee for an organization called RISE, the RISC-V software ecosystem. We are for anyone who's familiar in the ARM ecosystem, we are the Lenaro, except we're actually a nonprofit. Lenaro has turned into a for-profit and is getting a little weird with that. So we're going to be talking about some features today in this thing called RISC-V, which is a CPU architecture that provides an alternative to AMD 64 and ARM. So it's an open specification. It's in the process of getting ISO ratification, which means that it's royalty-free and open for anyone who wants to read the specification and actually attempt to implement it, which is very different from most instruction sets. So, add an overview. So today's topic is control flow integrity, specifically on CFI. So control flow integrity is all about guaranteeing that a program's control flow, its calls, its returns, its indirect jumps, etc., cannot be hijacked by an attacker, even when the attacker already has a memory corruption primitive at their side. So we're going to look at two what are called extensions for RISC-V that help fix this sort of a problem. So pretty much all extensions in RISC-V have absolutely terrible names. So I didn't name them, so I can't, I will be right here with you in hating them. Generally, they start with ZI and then some kind of a mnemonic to hope that you can remember them. So ZI CFI SS, so that's the ZI control flow integrity and shadow stacks, and then the ZI control flow integrity and landing pads. So that's what we're going to be talking about, that and the state of the ecosystem around them. So to set some ground, let's start with a classic attack here. The most basic form of a control flow attack is, the return to libc attack. So an attacker exploits a memory corruption bug, say stack overflow buffer, and then in the vulnerable buffer at the bottom of the diagram, you have your actual attack space that you are trying to overwrite the saved return address on the stack. So when the function returns, it doesn't go back to its caller, it returns into a libc function of the attacker's choosing. The attacker controls all the arguments, getting staged above this on the stack. So here, we guessed a libc function, guessed the address of exit for a clean getaway, and the arguments to the function. So in this case, no code is injected at all. We're just reusing the kind of jump points in the libraries that have already been kind of put onto the system, and the program's own code is being used against itself. So return to libc generalizes into two types of code reuse attacks. In return-oriented programming, the attacker chains together short existing instruction sequences, we'll call them gadgets, each ending in a return. And by laying out fake addresses, each ending in return by laying out fake addresses on the stack. So in jump-oriented programming, they overwrite the function pointers instead and chain the gadgets through indirect jumps. And real-world attacks often, you're going to end up combining both of these to build a real payload. So the example on this slide is a RISC-V chain. So a gadget loads A0. So over there on the side, we do our load on A0, defining location of our stack pointer. And A1, A2, and S2. So all of these get loaded from the stack, and then we jump through S2 into mprotect, which turns the attacker's buffer, turning the attacker's buffer into an... my notes are terrible here. So we go through the stack, and as an aside, like I said, I put this together 2 hours ago. So turning the attackers... Oh, tuning against the attacker's buffer executable, and then the control flows into the shell code that we're actually trying to execute. So the key takeaway, an attacker never injects new actual code. They corrupt the control data in the program, meaning the return addresses and the function pointers. And then they reorchestrate the code that's already there to leverage a new attack surface. So that's the threat model that CFI is designed to break apart. Now, most folks who I have talked to go, this sounds a bit too complicated. Why should I care? Hello? Unfortunately, this is not a theoretical attack. So so the timeline on the slide, when we get it back here, is it? Okay, there we go. So the timeline on this slide shows 4 Chrome V8 0 days that were exploited between 2015 and 2020. I encourage everybody to read Google Project Zero's In the Wild series of blog posts. They're super interesting because they have full write-ups on all of this. But at the end of the day, when we look at the list of projects that consume V8, it's everything from Slack to VS Code, Discord, Signal, WhatsApp, Figma, Teams, basically any Electron app is riding on this same stack, which means that these are the same type of C++ heavy, like JIT-enabled code bases where memory corruption bugs live and where CFI attacks thrive. So yes, we should absolutely care. And another pushback that I hear is, well, no other architectures have enabled this, and that's a lie. That's a bold-faced lie, because x86 absolutely have it. Like, they have the CET shadow stack, and unfortunately I wrote IBT, and I don't remember what IBT was on x86 because I have taken terrible notes. But then ARM64 came out with their own version of this, and Apple has their own flavor of this sort of memory control flow, which actually just got... They were yelling about it in a technology blog post. It was probably about a year, maybe 18 months ago. So following x86 and ARM64, or following x86, ARM64 added a shadow stack as well, because they were seeing the exploits. And I would bet money that by end of 2026, Windows is going to have this on ARM64 because all of the work was done, and Windows is a closed ecosystem. So it was never really an architecture problem about any of this. It's more a world where you need alignment between the folks designing the actual CPUs, the developers building your libc, the developers building your compiler, the developers who are then gluing all of that together into a distro, and then the yet another group of developers who decides what all of the compilation flags on your distro are, so that you can then compile all of the software and actually consume it. So where do we stand today? So in GCC 15, we have got support. binutils, we've got support. glibc just recently landed. I've kind of put that GCC is on the list, but my slides are slightly old from when I first wrote them like 2 months ago. So there's been some updates, and in the user, or in the kernel, user mode CFI is actually well past v19 as well. And so on RISC-V, there's a firmware mechanism that is called OpenSBI, the System Binary Interface. It is a standardized interface so that despite if I build my own CPU or Kelly over there builds her own CPU, that we can both have the same binary interface down to interacting with like power control and how transitions of moving processes between hardware threads and other mechanisms work. OpenSPI provides that interface. So, we've covered adding the support for all of this to the actual firmware itself, and the pieces are coming together across the stack. So I mentioned that control flow integrity has two pieces. There's the shadow stacks and then the landing pads. So the control flow integrity shadow stacks, they protect the backward edge of a function. So a function can only return to its original call site. So basically keeping a copy, a shadow of the stack so that you can compare it and avoid any corruption and avoid any, you can detect corruption and then protect against it and use your secondary copy of the return address from a protected memory region. So once you have that, you can use the protected copy and compare them, and if you see that the expected return address doesn't match the derived return address, then the kernel, actually the CPU faults the firmware binary, then detects the fault and actually blocks the process from, or blocks the function from completing. So here we have a control flow graph example where, we'll start over on the side. So without control flow integrity, indirect call sites can be redirected anywhere. And on the left-hand side, we have the extracted control flow graph. So we have 3 indirect call sites, A, B, and C, and the functions each one may legitimately reach. So we've created an entire call graph so that we know what every valid call may be, and so that we can then stomp on any invalid call that comes across. So an attacker who corrupts a function pointer, gets shut down. Over here, an attacker is not limited by that graph. Over here, since we effectively have pre-calculated every route, there's no known way to get. It's all about kind of forcing a process back onto the edges of the statistically known graph. So we've got 3 different granularity levels for constraining the edges. So first, over on the side, we have just plain landing pads. So this gives an indirect call site that can only land on specific function entries. So call sites can point anywhere, but indirect function entries can, or indirect call sites can only point at explicit functions. So in the second, we actually utilize function labels, and each function carries a label, and functions targeted by the same set of call sites share all of the same labels. So a call site can only reach equivalent functions with an equivalent class. And then the far side, we've got call site labels, where the label identifies the call site itself, and then the target verifies that the origin of the branch is valid, which is the finest kind of level of granularity that you can actually get on that. So ZICFLIP, yeah, FILP, there we go. The landing pads extension supports this whole spectrum because what they've actually done is taken a 20-bit address space that they use to actually encode the locations of the landing pad instructions. So getting deeper into this. So I mentioned that shadow stacks perform or enforce a backward edge control flow integrity. So it's actually a second stack that holds the shadow copy of the return address, and only the return address. So there's no parameters that ever go on it. It's just literally the location that you should go to after you're completed. And like all of the kind of normal things in memory stack, it grows downwards. So we grow downward, and then we have a new register to actually reference it, the SSP, as opposed to the just regular stack pointer. So you've got the shadow stack pointer and a regular stack pointer. So, yes, so the shadow stack is protected from inadvertent corruption. You know, the ordinary stores can't write to it, as we'll see on the next few slides. It's maintained per privilege level. And the design minimizes the static code size growth. So the extension gives us instructions to push and pop off of the shadow stack to check the integrity of the return address and to do the stack management. And then the diagram here shows the two stacks side by side, the regular stack with the kind of traditional parameters and return addresses, and the shadow stack mirroring them and just the return address. So two instructions do most of the heavy lifting. One is SS push, and then also its compressed form. So this pushes the link register, either X1 or X5, onto the shadow stack, stores the link register at the shadow stack pointer minus the xlen mod 8, and if the store succeeds, it decrements the shadow stack pointer. The second instruction that we have doing the heavy lifting is SS pop CHK. SS pop CHK, SS pop check, pops the shadow stack return address and compares it against the link register. So if they differ, you get a software check exception, basically the trap value from the shadow stack, code 3. And then the listing on the right shows the prologue and epilogue that the compiler emits for a non-leaf function. So at entry, up at the top, we push our return address onto the stack, onto the regular stack as usual, and then SS push it onto the shadow stack at exit. So at exit, we pop the return address back from the regular stack, call SS pop check, and then just return by itself. So if an attacker had overwritten the return address on the shadow stack, the comparison fails, and then the hardware thread, the heart, traps before the corrupted address is ever consumed. And so the diagrams below trace that whole stack pointer and shadow stack pointer through the push and then the equality check at the actual pop. So we have another important instruction here, the shadow stack read pointer instruction. This reads the shadow stack pointer into a GPR, general purpose register, and then this exists for the stack management. So we have, set jump and long jump are the kind of canonical users that you would have for this type of instruction. Set jump saves the shadow stack pointer onto the jump buffer, and long jump has to unwind the shadow stack back to the save point, and the code shows an example of doing that. So first we read the shadow stack pointer, and then where it is. Yeah, so here's the convenient trick up there. So if it reads a 0, the backward edge CFI just isn't active. So the whole unwind loop gets skipped. So that's part of the reason also why a shadow stack can never be mapped to address 0, because it will fail the comparison and just skip the whole unwind on that loop. After that, your loop is then going to unwind frame by frame. But it's going to advance at most about 4K at a time, and after each step, it's going to probe with another SS push and SS pop check pair. So why are we doing this? As the diagram shows over here, shadow stacks are separated by these guard pages. So I was talking to folks earlier, and I was referring to them as canaries, because that's kind of how I think about it. Basically, as you're unwinding the stack here, if you overwrite a guard page, the CPU can detect that and trap on it and keep execution from proceeding. So it's a hardware level protection that keeps instructions from firing. So, yeah, what did my notes say? If we unwound past the bounds of the shadow stack A, the probe fails on the guard page instead of silently scribbling onto shadow stack B. Yes. So now we are on to now we've got atomic swap. So shadow stack, atomic. I'm trying to make out the semantics of this actual instruction. Shadow stack, atomic swap, yeah. Oh, it is just atomic swap. I'm sitting here trying to make it more complex. So this is the one instruction that is allowed to actually write to the shadow stack. I mean, and the reason why is it's an atomic swap. So you will be guaranteed that when you load the value in RS1 into the register RD and then store or attempt to store RS2 to the same address, this gives you the mechanism to guarantee that happens in a single instruction without getting stomped on. So there's two main uses for this: stack switching, that is to say creating or restoring a checkpoint on a shadow stack, and signal delivery. That's where a kernel must return an address onto the user shadow stack. So the listing over here walks through a shadow stack switch. A0 points at the top of the new shadow stack. So we read the shadow stack pointer. We bail out if the shadow stack instruction is not available or isn't active, I should say. Then we do one atomic swap fetch of the checkpoint from the previous owner, left at the top of the new stack, and then we zero the slot. The checkpoint becomes self-referential. The value must equal its own address. So we start doing the actual comparison and then crash if it doesn't actually hold. So after that, we pop the checkpoint, swap the shadow stack pointer onto the new stack, and then store a fresh checkpoint for the old stack at its top. And then the four diagrams here at the bottom kind of trace it. So we start out with the active stack, then the stack that we switch to with checkpoint at 0xFF8, then the checkpoint saved at 0x3 FF8, and then finally restoring it and deleting it. So how is the shadow stack itself protected? So pretty simple. Most of this stuff we're thinking of it or I tend to think of it in terms of the primitives within Linux that I'm used to. So, the primitive that we use for this sort of mechanism traditionally is a virtual memory system. So to handle this, we've added a new page table encoding, which is XWR equals 10. I think it's, no, I did not add that up there. So we mark the shadow. So when you set XWR equals to 10 on the page table encoding, that marks explicitly shadow stack pages. So when we walk through, oh yeah, there it is over there. XWR 010 actually. So octal. Yes, that's where it was at. So when we walk the diagram, the shadow stack loads and stores onto a shadow stack page working normally. To read a read-only page, we then take an explicit page fault, and then that's precisely, it's that page fault that then enables the copy on write for a fork. So to do anything else, for non-shadow stack writable pages, they take an access fault instead of a page fault. So in bare mode, every single shadow stack address faults. So the protections exist only when the actual paging is on. Accesses must be to idempotent memory and must be X-length aligned. And then all other directions are just ordinary. So, shadow stack instruction coding. Yes, this is the last part of shadow stack. So the encoding was designed for compatibility. So all of these shadow stack instructions except atomic swap live in the maybe operation space provided by ZIMOP and ZCMOP. So I cannot, and this is where I should have taken better notes because I can't remember. I'm forgetting the semantics of all my alphabet soup of RISC-V extensions. So when a heart implements ZIMOP but not the shadow stacks extension, or when the OS hasn't activated shadow stacks, ZICFISS, these instructions revert back to a benign behavior. Basically, ZIMOP writes 0 to the destination, and then those all become no-ops. So that basically enables a much simpler binary distribution model because programs that are compiled with shadow stacks still run on processors without it. They just don't have that backwards edge protection. They'll run under an operating system that never actually activated the extension, and a single set of binaries and a single set of system libraries serves programs that are compiled through both mechanisms. But there's one kind of caveat. A program compiled with shadow stacks can't run on a processor that lacks ZIMOP. So it needs that maybe operation to be able to then check it or execute it, because it needs the maybe operation to fail back to the non-shadow stack behavior, for those sorts of processors. And then there are the kind of rare operations that can't live in the maybe operation space, which is, shadow stacks, atomic swap, and then the moments where the shadow stack pointer is making CSR accesses. So software guards them with an explicit is the shadow stack extension active kind of test, which is fine because that happens really, really infrequently during stack management. So, now onto landing pads. So with ZI flip for landing pads, the target of an indirect branch must be a landing pad instruction. Compilers admit landing pads at every program point. Each landing pad carries a 20-bit label that we mentioned, and then that label constrains which branch sites may reach it. This is the same label that we were talking about where there's like 3 categories of working through this with landing pads. So to enforce this, the hardware thread actually maintains an expected landing pad state, or an ELP, which is either no landing pad expected or landing pad expected. And when an indirect jump that happens or that requires a landing pad completes, the expected landing pad is set to landing pad expected. When the expected landing pad is set to that value, a software check then fires, making sure that the program counter is not 4-byte aligned. And then the instruction knows that, or then if the next instruction is not a landing pad, or if the label that the branch site setup doesn't match, then everything traps and fails. So these exceptions, So those exceptions report the trap value landing pad fault with a code of 2 down at the bottom. And if everything checks out, then the expected landing pad flips back to no landing pad expected, and execution continues normally. So, we've talked about, not every indirect jump needs a landing pad. An indirect jump with jump and link return, or the compressed form of jump and link return, requires a landing pad only if its source register is not X1, not X5, or not X7. Branches going through X1 or X5 are returns, as is convention on RISC-V. And those get protected by the shadow stack and SID. So a branch through X7 is termed a software guarded branch. software itself has verified that the target address is not mutable. It sits in read-only memory, or it ends up, or it will have been bounds checked. So think things like switch statements. Then the branch site sets up the label it expects at the target in register X7, which is part of the reason why landing pads cannot use X7 as a source register. So the example that we've got here kind of ties some of this together. Foo loads the expected label OXAABBC into X7 with a LUI, and then does an indirect jump and link return through X9 into bar. Bar begins with landing pad OXAABBC, the labels match, and the execution proceeds. So if an attacker redirects that branch to BAS down at the bottom, that landing pad carries a different label. You know, if it lands there in the middle of a function where there's no LPAD at all, then the heart raises a landing pad fault. So there's a subtle detail around preserving the expected landing pad across traps, because a trap can arrive in the window after the jump and link return completes, but before the instruction at the target is decoded, as we have in the picture here. So picture an element or an interrupt landing exactly when the ELP is landing pad expected. If the heart hadn't saved that state, then the pending landing pad check would be lost or corrupted by the handler. So on trap entry, the heart saves the extended landing pad into the PELP field of the control and status register, and then clears the expected landing pad flag to no LP expected. So on the trap return, the ELP is restored from the PELP, and the heart continues enforcing it. So the timeline on the slide down at the bottom shows the whole dance, that where we've got or at the top, the jump and link return executes, the trap hits, SS status PELP is saved, and then ELP is cleared, the handler runs, and S return restores the expected landing pad, and the landing pad at the target is properly checked. So now let's keep hauling ass and move on and get to what it takes to make all of this real. That's the tool chains and the platform-specific ABI. For anybody who wasn't aware, the platform-specific ABI is the application binary interface within the Linux kernel that sets the platform-specific semantics for, and when I say platform, that would be like Intel x80, AMD 64 / x86 64, ARM 64, Extensa, all kinds of other esoteric instruction sets. So compatibility becomes one of the big hardware, or one of the big challenges, because you have to have both the pieces in the hardware and the pieces in the software. You have to have the ability for the CPU to trap correctly and be able to fault if the wrong registers are set in comparisons, but you also need the software to actually be built with the support, because basically you need to turn off shadow stacks and landing pads if any dependency library isn't built with shadow stacks and landing pads. So you can have shadow stacks running, but if you enable landing pads and software is not built for that, your system will shit the bed. And we don't want that. So that's part of the reason why, despite the fact that I've been working on some of this stuff for close to 2 years, we're just now getting to the point where Fedora 45 is going to be built with shadow stack support enabled. So we've finally gotten things over to a compatibility place where enough of this is real that we can actually use it. Another challenge here is the labeling scheme. So it's a pretty big design problem or the hard, I should say, design problem on the landing pad side is the labeling scheme, because like making link time optimization mandatory kind of becomes a non-starter. Like you can't, it limits the scope too much of how the landing pads can be used. So the chosen direction up to now has been to use a hash of the function signature as the label. natural answer is to kind of reuse some of the function type mangling that was minted in the Itanium C++ ABI, because they had some mechanisms to do this, and since it's all in the upstream kernel, we can actually look at that binary interface, use the kind of wonder of open source to introspect and understand what they were doing in Itanium and try to learn some of the lessons of things that were done well and done poorly. So the catch is that faithfully following every mangling rule in the Itanium ABI is a pain in the ass. So, you know, we've got things like multiple inheritance and covariant return types and incompatibilities within the C++ standard versions. So every divergence becomes a label mismatch and a broken program waiting to happen. So, I mean, this is details on the hash scheme. I think if anybody wants these slides, I'm happy to give them to you. You know, we don't have that long left. So, you know, the ABI, we had to add some new GNU properties into the ELF kind of mechanism for that. So an object that has basically the property allows a system introspecting the ELF to know whether or not objects within the actual ELF have shadow stack support, landing pad support, or both. And then it gets checked at dynamic link times that the loader knows whether the whole address space is CFI capable before enabling enforcement. So, second though, the landing scheme comes in two flavors shown in the table there. The unlabeled scheme, where everything starts at LPAD 0, is the simplest and coarsest form. And the function-based signature, where we use the hashes that we kind of talked about, which is much finer grain. We can optimize that through linker relaxation. That's pretty straightforward. So we had to add new formats to the procedure linkage table because every PLT entry ends in an indirect jump. So it has to either land on or begin with a landing pad for the PLT. So this table then comes in three variants. You've got the classic PLT where the AUIPC to the GOT entry, load it into T3, jump and link return through T3, and then you end up with a unlabeled second one, the unlabeled control flow integrity PLT, where LPAD 0 sits at the top so that you have a lazy resolution path, which then jumps into the PLT indirectly, still with the same GOT entry, and then set up an expected label in T2 with LUI, and then do the jump and link return. Yeah, okay, I got that. I wrote too much in there. That's fine. Moving on. Yes, so GCC, we have a few different implementations. This is an out-of-date slide because, yes, folks from Sci5 and Qualcomm told me that their patches had landed. So, yes, I think LLVM is still outstanding, GDB is still outstanding, glibc, binutils, and GCC are all good to go at this point. Like, there's partial landing pad support in LLVM, but it's still a little ways off. And then this is another one where my slides are slightly out of date. So 3 objectives have guided the Linux kernel works. You know, first off, we need the fine-grained CFI, not something watered down. For compatibility, we needed the ability to intermix a CFI-aware application with CFI-enabled library, or a CFI-unaware application with CFI-enabled libraries, and vice versa. You've got to allow that because the enforcement has to degrade gracefully rather than breaking all the apps on the system. Otherwise, it's kind of pointless. Your computer isn't doing anything useful. And then the third is user control over the enabling policy. So the option to enable or disable based on the glibc tunables and options for strict enforcement. So a quick refresher on where things actually live. So, our app binary is at the bottom of the stack. Then our libraries start from the top of the stack, and then we have our linker and our loader and our glibc memory routines. And so because CFI has to reckon with all of this, every one of these objects can independently be CFI enabled or not. And that's part of the trick with the enforcement policy. So the policy has to be able to deal with figuring out at each single one of those, am I dealing with a control flow integrity enabled object? And it's also not just which objects exist. It's also about how the control flows between them. So sequential control flow, that's easy. One to the other to the other. Calls and returns across the objects, just use the regular procedure linkage table and private callback mechanisms between the libraries. Async control flow is where things start getting real wild. You have legal control flow diversions that don't follow the call and return discipline. Some are kernel-initiated signal return delivery and sig return. Others are language and runtime supported, so like C++ exception delivery and unwinding, or set jump, long jump, swap context, etc., things like that. Every single one of these interacts with the shadow stack and the landing pads, with kind of all of these arrows crisscrossing the diagram to kind of give you a sense of, how data may flow, and then the kernel ABI has to keep track of every single one of those and keep it working. So when we combine objects with different CFI capabilities in one address space, each mechanism has its own failure mode. We've got 2 minutes, and I've still got too many slides, so we're just going to jump ahead here. Again, the intricacies of the memory map. We've got some new mechanisms that we've added to proc that allow you to introspect these. So this slide walks through the task's life cycle. So, and the kernel's interaction each step. So we got the process start, then the loader enables CFI, and the initial shadow stack is mapped. Then we see the read-only, read-write, and shadow stack regions. A PR CTL manages enabling and disabling the correct registers, and then on a clone or fork, that address space actually gets duplicated. So this is where the copy on write kind of comes into effect. And so we go ahead. So all of this keeps forking cheap and POSIX correct, so that when a process spawns P threads or green threads, it needs additional shadow stacks, and it gets them through this new map shadow stack syscall. And on the exec, everything resets, and the loader design decides all over again based on the new binary and its dependencies. So we've got some more diagrams kind of explaining signal flow here. So I guess I'll walk back. So we start out, get signal pending on the task, pair sig context coming out of the Linux kernel, kind of get the new address for our token, deliver the signal across, point to the sig return, verify that the pointers are actually good, and then resume on to the next location in our base. So when we have an exception or a fault, what do users actually see? 2 families: control flow violations and the shadow stack memory protection violations. So yeah, we've gotten most everything done there, and we still have those same compatibility issues and a couple other open issues. And in summary, yes, thank you, we got it. And legally, I'm required to point out that we got some funding from the EU to do this development work. Thank you very much to the EU Horizon program under the SEC Opera grant. That was a shotgun blast that went hard, fast, and everywhere. Hopefully, we are good to go. If you have questions, come find me and talk to me after this, because it is now time to go party. Thank you. You got it. Thank you for listening to Word Salad for an hour.